on you guys. Like, I swear to God, every time I think of a fallacy now, I just immediately start trying to find a way to bring it up.
Hang on, guys. I need to find the fallacy he's using right now.
I'm gonna go lay down.
Anyway, can we begin now?
Go lay down and never stand up.
Robert, start doing the summary or whatever the fuck.
That's
start
whatever.
Summarizing it.
Oh. How do I do this again? It's been a while, okay?
Does anyone else have anything important to say before we begin?
Yeah, does anyone else have any gifs, gaffs, goofs, or guffaws? Trademark,
I'm unfortunately
copyright.
I wish Lee was here because then I could bitch about stupid shit being on the cover of Time magazine.
You can actually still bitch about that.
You know about the direwolves thing?
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the dogs are cute.
Automatic
I mean, that's not the
AK-47.
point, Robert.
Yeah, but the point is you're denying the antecedent, so...
Speak English.
I physically can't. My brain is broken from playing a video game for 30 minutes.
I started playing League of Legends again this week. So,
Okay, stop there. I am going to judge you so fucking hard for that.
I'm judging myself too. Don't worry. It's a sin. Don't worry. I know, but you know, because I have my PC back.
I thought you didn't play
I even got a new
games.
GPU back.
You can play actual games, like good games.
Yeah, but after watching Arcane, I've been really craving playing League. So
Those two have nothing to do with each other.
I mean, I know.
I think you're objectively wrong, Robert. I don't play the game. I haven't watched the show. I know you're objectively wrong.
Lie.
Just lies.
I beat you to it.
I haven't installed any Steam games on my computer yet. But I mean, also, my computer starts spinning its fans when shit gets a little bit too crazy on fucking the Bazaar. So maybe I should wait until, you know, I get that missing fan that William didn't send me.
Bro, I
Still
sent you the
funny.
heatsink. It's literally the more expensive part.
It's actually not. I've been looking
It
and the
is.
heat sinks are cheaper than fans right now.
Not a good quality one. A fan's only like $10.
A case fan, not a fucking heatsink fan.
No, it's just a clip that ties it on. It's the same thing.
I mean, you know how hard... You can't just order a clip. Well, we're getting off topic! We're getting off topic!
Start the recap.
I'm sipping.
Alex, use your power to boil liquids and boil the thing he's sipping.
I'm not vegan.
Guess what? It's a good reference, Alex.
It wasn't bad.
I would love to go vegetarian.
I wish my humor was more than just fucking references.
It's okay, Alex. Family Guy has a place.
Just shout things about fallacies. It's not that bad, Alex. You're not that bad.
No.
The problem is, like, you are funnier, just, like, not when other people are around.
Thanks.
I don't know why you, like, revert to the lowest common denominator when you're hanging out in a group setting.
Start the recap.
I pressed the button. The thing's not loading. Oh, there it goes.
Everyone be quiet until he does the thing.
You have to be quiet or it will happen.
Don't acknowledge him.
After meeting with Captain Wallace and agreeing to a very questionable job to head to the heart of the Sabine Highlands and find some sort of artifact, something that would be able to give answers as to this curse that seems to be afflicting not just Frey, but a lot of people of the crew of the Black Dawn, the former crew of the Black Dawn. You met with Wallace's contact, one Lawrence Beckett, and after preparing, you headed out into the Sabine Highlands. Your journey through Gorestone and then the wilds, led by Garrett, who, much like riding a bike, had no issues going back into wayfinding in the wilds as he did in his youth, cutting through many of the treacherous and fun encounters that I had, but not all of them, as you had some issues with a river crossing, setting up a camp, and dealing with these strange drowned corpses of some very uncomfortable and dangerous origin. But you were all able to survive, and eventually, after more work, able to cross the river with the destroyed bridge. Though, unfortunately, destroying it more in the process. You continued to journey north day after day before eventually making it to the lake that you believed somewhere on the bank of would have this artifact, this thing, this inexplicable, for lack of a better term, thing that would give the answers you needed. And you found a old, abandoned, but not quite decrepit boathouse. Evidence of someone being there recently and leaving with a lantern or some sort of light on the edge of a boat that was being rowed across the lake. You set up for the night, and as you were investigating, you were attacked by more of those drowned. But this time there were strange, enchanted, living armors that seemed to be fighting on your behalf and yet against you. As you fell back, trying to regroup to do a second assault, a more successful one, where you were even more prepared, this darkness grew and took Garrett. He survived, but wasn't quite the same. Things were different, his thoughts were off, and he was certainly a bit off to everyone, but the way he was treating some people was very un-Garrett-like. Mira had some insight from the earrings, though unfortunately Garrett seemed to have went missing. But it was not to be thought of for too long, as you could not stop, because staying here longer would be all the more dangerous. So you journeyed around the lake, using Frey's powers of divination to hopefully find this artifact, this arcane answer. Unfortunately, his divination is far from perfect, and you journeyed day after day, circling around the lake and on what amounted to a seeming goose chase. As you were all hunting in the boat, Strieg headed off for another round of his paranoid daily defenses of the camp, but didn't come back. Once everyone returned, Samar explained what happened, and the five of you found out through longer investigation that he had apparently walked into the lake and was gone. Frustrated, but without answer, you knew that you would need to set up camp for the night. So you did. And though you were exhausted and trying to find out what was happening, you set up for the evening further away. And with that, I ask unto you all. Samar, Lawrence, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. You are far off of the banks of that lake. It is... I believe I did establish after the session that I was going to time skip to the next morning, so unless there was anything else that you guys needed to do that night, it would be the next morning with you guys all set up. What are you guys doing?
Well, just make sure this is the same night after we finished our investigation with Strieg and found he got in the water.
Yeah.
Frey cut himself up, and we got the bolt.
Yes. And then after that, like, I know you guys said that you were heading north
to
towards the mountains.
A little bit to get away from the... Yeah.
And that's where you set up camp.
I suppose we'll need to talk what we do next, right? Like, I imagine, unless anyone else wants to start, like, the thing first after everyone, like, gets their rations for the morning and, will wake, Lawrence will say. So, what is our next play here. I'm not certain how much more investigation can be done on the issue of Mr. Strieg.
Gone.
I think maybe if we're able to get this artifact, that might give us another tool to maybe find him again. Seems like we maybe know where it is now. Given that that we saw the boat coming from over there. I don't know that we're doing much good waiting around. We might as well. I think we might as well just head straight there.
We don't
I'm
know
sorry,
if the
Did I miss
artifact-
what Samar meant by straight there?
Yeah, I mean, don't
Because we saw the boat leaving from sort of the northwest end of the lake and heading back towards the boathouse. I think we were
Yeah, you would
thinking-
estimate something like that.
We're approximately on the complete other side of the lake.
Right. And isn't this also where Frey's search thing led us to?
No, that was about here.
Realistically.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
probably
Oh, we
more
moved
like
back over there.
That kind of.
Which it
Well,
seems
so-
at this point that's just nonsense.
Yeah.
well,
okay.
this is where the boathouse is, but we saw the person
Right.
leaving from over here
somewhere
So
over
we're
there.
pretty-
Yeah.
So we're pretty.
yeah, I
close.
think Lawrence will recommend. We're about halfway across about directly across the lake from the boathouse anyway. Why don't we continue on the route we are, go all the way around, see if we find anything else on the shore. And if we don't, at least that way we've gotten a full understanding of the full lay of the land.
Yeah, I think that probably we want to head to where the boat was leaving from to go back to the boathouse, which is, just a little further along the coast from where we are now. So that's where I would want to go.
So we'll just keep following the coast and see if we find anything.
That's what I would think, at least.
Okay.
Mr. Viacourt, what say you?
Well, if that makes the most sense, then heading towards where we saw the boat come from is probably a likely place where this artifact is that we're looking for, at least maybe some answers.
My own hope is that there's at least something there. I doubt it'll be so
Yeah.
simple as the tomb being there.
That would certainly make more sense than it being behind, what was it, behind some kind of rock that we found possibly over the other way?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Well, as we've seen, I guess magic can't fix all problems. Might as well keep moving along and see what we can find.
You probably won't miss
well-
anything that way, at least.
Worst case scenario, we end up back at the docks if we go all the way around and find nothing. At which point, maybe we were wrong. Maybe there was nothing here.
No, Gary, Mr. Garvin. He is a reliable source. If there's nothing around the immediate lake that we're able to find, it might not be terrible to check out that fort you all mentioned.
The bastion for the soldiers of the blue.
Keep.
Just to ask here, Soldiers of Blue were the jerks back.
Or not
at,
soldiers of the blue. I'm sorry. The
The Beacon Knights.
Beacon Knights, yes. I'm sorry. I would have said Beacon Knights. I misspoke. I apologize.
Is that a familiar term to Lawrence?
Yes,
Robert?
you would also give me an int no if you were curious about how much he would know about them.
I unfortunately do not have my sheet open because I'm an asshole. Into no.
Denying the antecedent.
Don't know much.
No, you know that they're very, like, secluded, but more than willing, like, when they are in towns and cities, like, they're always willing to help people, like, at no cost to their own, very much like these charitable knights that, for some reason that you don't really know, just kind of live out in the middle of nowhere in these keeps where they train all the time. But otherwise, they have some kind of, like, umbral research. That'd be about it.
Yeah, they were the first ones to really be responsible with to really be, like, good at fighting back against the Umbrii, if I remember correctly.
Is that right? Well, it might not be worth checking into. Or it may be worth checking into.
Yeah, there certainly could be some information there.
How far is that fort from here?
I would not know directly where it is, I guess, but straight line, it's like what, 60 miles or so, according to
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's gonna probably be a hot bit more than that if you
because we're gonna have to go to the mountain range, then down and all the way around it, because we're not crossing that mountain range. That would be,
which would also mean having to
ridiculous.
cross back over that river, presumably.
Yep. Well, we're gonna have to cross over that river anyways, because I mean, we have no way to, because the river's going. Where's my?
No, we don't. We could just stay here forever.
Let's expend our options first here.
Garrett doesn't laugh at that.
That was out of character, by the way.
Oh.
Oh.
Frey did not say that.
Well, let's expend our options here before considering that.
Yeah.
Shall we get a move on for the day?
Yeah, certainly. Let us
Yeah.
go. Would you like me to make a wayfinding check to lead the?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's survive again, correct?
Yeah, wisdom survive.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah, you can definitely do better.
Little.
Garrett's
Smidgen.
having an off day. Garrett's really having an off day.
Lawrence will distract him at some point during the day with a conversation, so he'll have a reason for it.
So, with that, while Garrett heads out ahead, the rest of you following behind, you are continuing west?
Yeah, I guess we'll continue west
Yep.
towards about where we saw the boat come from.
You break camp, and though down an ally, you are forced to trudge on because you are quite literally in the deep end as far as dangers go at this point. And you don't have much of a choice. Garrett, you, for the most part, it's less traditional, able to speed things along, and much more you're up ahead to stop them if you notice any tracks, anything like that, anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And for the most part, you continue to just kind of stay near the banks of the lake. As I double check my notes really quick. Because for some reason, even though I am hyped up on caffeine and sleep deprived at the same time, I'm having trouble with my my dual brain being able to do things at once, and I apologize for that. Normally, I use descriptions as a way to delay while I'm looking stuff up, but I was unable to do so. Anyway, so, yeah, it's a couple of hours in when you see the first thing that sticks out, which is a piling about 10 feet into the water sticking out.
Like a wooden piling?
Yeah,
or...
yeah, like a wooden piling about 10 feet into the lake sticking out. It's old and decrepit, but it is there. And, you can see something attached to it, though you can't really make out any specifics from this far away. Something just kind of like, not wafting, but like in the waves of the lake, just kind of like, floating. Like when the waves kind of hit towards where the piling is, it kind of floats up and then back down.
Is it like a distance out into the lake, or like
yeah, about
further
10
up
feet, 10, 12 feet into the lake.
Okay.
Is it Streak's body?
Is it the size of Streak's body?
Is it a fish?
Lawrence thinks driftwood.
No, and no.
Okay.
Is it the fort? Is it the temple we're looking for? It's really small and inflatable.
It's
Is the
really
hand
small
holding
and
the-
just like,
Inflatable?
Is the hand holding up the item we're looking for?
anyway. So, yeah, no, it is just kind of something that's like floating as the tide like grabs it, it like floats up and then starts to disappear below the waves again. You can't really make out more. It's at kind of an awkward angle and it's far enough out that it's still submerged. It's just something.
So we all gather up to discuss the odd object.
It's up to Garrett.
Yeah, I'll point it out. I'll wait a bit till everyone catches up and point out, hey, there's something over there. I mean, it's a couple feet offshore, but that would be a place to tie up a boat around the piling. There seems to be something there. We can check that out, or we can keep moving on.
I think this is where he came with the boat.
Is this around that area?
Could be. I mean, again, you can't say for sure based on...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
could be, but
I
the best
don't
can
think
get.
we ever saw like where the boat came from.
No,
that
you just
came
saw it
originally
moving.
westerly.
Yeah, moving at like a slightly southeast. So, assuming that it didn't make like a huge turn somewhere, then the boat was probably coming from the northwest.
Well, we have our own boat.
Is Mira still carrying it?
Of
Ye-
course.
I suppose we could take a quick look.
Might as well. It probably. What time is it?
Early afternoon, maybe like noonish,
afternoon.
probably.
Okay.
Maybe
You
a
said
little
only
bit.
10
early.
feet out? 15 feet out,
Yeah,
Robert?
about 10, 12 feet out.
It's depending on the drop off on the thing. Someone could walk out and touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the depths like this close to the shore over here?
Like the first few feet are easily wadeable. You can't really see, like, again, between the overcast skies and the general, like, not full choppiness, but there are still waves. You can't really see more than a few feet out.
I get a stick and I thrust it into the water.
Alright, I mean, the first few feet you can see that aren't more than a couple feet, so. I mean,
Now I will hand somebody my bag and proceed further using the stick to make sure I don't suddenly fall to my death.
using a nice
well,
trusty stick.
Can you not swim?
Do we want to tie some rope around him?
I
Just in
can't
case.
swim.
I'm just saying, like, if something grabs you and tries to pull you under, this
It's a
is where
horrifying
all
thought
those.
you've just given to me.
This is where all those drowners come from, or drowned dead. I'm sorry, I'm thinking drowners from The Witcher.
You've convinced me. I'll take the rope. I will take the rope. That is.
You
We'll
grab
loop
the
it
rope?
around your. Yeah, we'll tie it in such a way so it loops around both arms and kind of across the chest, so that way, even if his legs get taken off, we can still haul him in.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
All right. So, you get him tied up, and you start heading in towards the piling.
Mm-hmm.
You've got, like, the stick's a few feet long. It's long enough that, like, you can feel ahead of you if there's a steep drop off, and you get to about a foot or two away, and it's up to, like, the lake is, like, up to, like, your, like, chest. Yeah. Still no drop off. You keep going.
So a few feet away, the stick's a few feet too. I'm gonna poke it.
Yeah, you poke at it, and something kind of like the piling seems fairly sturdy, at least from being poked by a stick from a tree.
Okay.
And you can see there's like something that's like stuck to it.
Can I sidle a little bit, try to get a better angle?
Yeah, you get to like a better angle. Give me a int notice. Let's see if you can figure it out.
When will I ever learn that these are alphabetical?
I don't know how you haven't. You kind of like... It's... You could probably get closer. You can't really make out exactly what it is. It's
Glare's
something
real bad.
stuck to the... Something stuck to the piling.
All right, well... I'm assuming Lawrence also took off his jacket for this, since he was wading into the water.
I would assume he wasn't intent on bringing
Yeah,
guns into the water.
Yeah, right.
Get your powder wet.
I wouldn't want that. I think it's probably the point where he puts his glasses in like a pocket or something, and will try to just swim for it. Bane of the stick.
You kind of like get closer, and you kind of like swim the last couple feet, and you hold onto it, and it's about to your neck, but you are actually able to stand here. And you can now see, like, holding on, that it is a very long, like, well, not very long. It is a very thick, tattered rope that's about 2.5 feet long. It looks decrepit from how long it's been in here. And there are just these, like, threads hanging off of it that are different. You would recognize it immediately as a... Yeah, you would recognize it immediately as a large fishing net.
So it's not a rope leading into the water. It's
It's a
net
rope
on
that
this
looks
thing.
like it was... given your background, I'm not gonna make you roll for it, you would know. Not incredibly uncommon to have a piling like this, and then you have someone go out with the other end of a large net, and, they could take it by boat or what have you, and just, eventually set it up, drop an anchor across the other side of the boat, keep it going, that sort of thing, and just have, like, a temporary big fish net. It looks like an old abandoned fish net.
I'm gonna look underwater real quick. head under, see if I can see something better while being underwater?
It looks like most of the threading is still attached underwater, but it's, again, very short and thin. You can see where some of it is wrapped around old bones of small fish and things like that that are also just kind of clanging into nothingness. Like, there's just bits of, like, a fish spine still attached, things like that, but you don't see anything else immediately, like, pertinent about it.
Nothing particularly interesting in the net, just a little piling with a old net hung over it.
I mean, it's...
And some shit in it.
It is classically a way to get a lot of fish for a town or village. It's not quite trawling, but you chase fish into a net.
It's very old, though. I'm assuming the age matches the wood, supposedly match the age of the fishing hut.
At least, yeah.
Okay.
Possibly older. Probably older.
It's enough for Lawrence. He'll take some steps back, fish his glasses out, and beginning, the walking through water back to the, back to the shore.
All right. You make your way back, soaking wet, but no worse for wear.
Time to start. What's the term? Squeeze and dry the clothes.
What did you find out there?
Nothing terribly interesting, I'm afraid. Just a old net, probably as old as that fishing hut.
Do you think maybe the guy's coming over here to catch fish in the net?
Doubtful. Pretty old.
Okay, so it's not functional old. All right.
Like, for context, those nets, like, they can get 50, 60, 70 feet long. There was no more than a couple feet of rope and threading on it, so.
Yeah, Lawrence specified that. It's only...
I love the fucking jump scares that they have.
He'll specify it's only part of a net. Like, it's only a
Oh, okay.
net.
Well then, might as well keep moving on.
Dry here and I'll be ready. I suppose you can start your scouting, though.
Yeah. So we'll keep going. Do I just use the same roll from earlier, or do you want me to roll again?
This was just...
Okay.
You're gonna keep going. About 15 minutes later, you can see the... further north, like away from the lakeside, you can see what looks like a... I don't want to say a pile, but evidence of a destroyed old home.
Where is it?
Further north, like away from the lakeside, like on, not quite on a hill, but like next to a hill. And
This is later or like around the same
about
time?
20 minutes later.
Okay.
Okay. Does it have like a path leading to from the?
Not really. The most interesting thing you would probably notice is, even though this is obviously ancient and has been overgrown for quite a while, there is evidence that there was some hillside farming. Like, there's still some ways that you could see where it looks like they had, at some point, set up barriers to keep it even, things like that. And the hill just does not look like it's natural dirt or soil or anything. Like, it was altered at some point, and now, all these years later, it's still not completely natural.
Okay. Well, might as well tell everyone what I've found again. That we found this house here rather than going to check it out myself, because after the things that have happened, I don't feel too confident in going into these things by myself. So.
Well, I mean, hey, we're here to check things out. We ought to.
So, yeah, we can head up to the once everyone gathers up. I'll be like, hey, here's his house. We should go check it out.
I'm gonna have my mind light on.
All right, you guys start winding up the hill and get to... Again, to call it a house is debatable. It is... There's the evidence of something resembling a foundation and some, like, stone where it looks like there was a collapsed chimney at some point. But otherwise, it's a lot of decrepit, very old wood.
It doesn't look like a place that whoever that was thought would go.
Probably not. With taking a closer look around the house itself, do we see any paths radiating away from it?
Like, recent ones?
Yeah.
Nothing obvious. You can look for, like, any signs of anyone being here. Give me an int notice.
Sure, give me 1 second. That's what it's changed it to int. Oh, I don't see shit.
Yeah, there's, not... It's a decrepit old farmhouse. Again, there are no walls, so I don't really want to call it a farmhouse. The ruins of a farmhouse.
Is there anything out
Former
back?
farmhouse.
I'm sorry?
Is there anything out back? Is there an out back?
No, the back kind of continues up to the hill, where the hill is kind of just strangely shaped from hillside farming some time ago.
Do we want to take a look and see if there's maybe a trap door to a basement or something? But I think at this point, it's probably just a ruined location. Maybe we should keep going.
Again, we're here to look into things. Best take a quick look.
Does the hill give us any kind of like vantage point on the surrounding area, or is it not that big of a hill?
It's not that big. Like, it continues, it's a hill, but it's continuing to ebb up towards the mountain.
Okay.
Like, it's something resembling one, but it's a thing where, like, at any point you guys can continue, because there is a fairly, not consistent, but across, a long enough thing, it is obvious that the closer you get to the mountains, the higher the altitudes get. So, but you've been mostly traveling across the beach because that's where you would presumably find the most civilization.
Okay. Well, I guess if we're not seeing anything here, might as well keep making our way around, see if we see anything else, keeping an eye out for that.
Eye out wherever that boat might have landed.
Yep.
I assume that there'd be some signs of that at the beach.
Yeah, there'd probably be some kind of... If they pulled it up onto the beach, there'd probably be some kind of signs. But might as well keep making our way around.
I think this time, as Garrett, heads forward to do the wayfinding, Lawrence is gonna follow him.
Mm-hmm.
And unless anyone else does anything, he's gonna wait till they're out of immediate earshot.
Also, I would like to point out real quick, in contrary to Garrett's actions, the previous day with obliterating Strieg's path. He is honestly attempting to pathfind for this. Wayfind for this. He does want to end this and get this over with. So the sooner they can find the thing, the better. So I am not intentionally trying to waylay or let people astray on the path that we're going at this point. So, but yes, you were saying.
Yeah, once they're out of me airshop, Lawrence was guy, Mr. Viacourt, how are you holding up today?
As good as any other. Honestly, slightly surprised that Strieg left us. I guess I figured, all this was part of something he and Frey were working on, but well. That's his choice. If he wants to leave and go it alone out here, best of luck to him.
Mr. Viacourt, I do believe it was his choice to go like that was as much as your choice was to be grabbed by the darkness. There's something going on around here, and it's not good. It's not human.
No, so whatever's happening here is certainly not human, but I don't know. He was a professional assassin. I'm sure he's got some experience with planting false evidence, but well, we'll just have to keep looking. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually if he left on his own, and if not, then like Samar said, maybe whatever this relic we're looking for, this tomb has something that'll bring us closer to finding him.
If I may offer some insight there, I've known quite a few professionals in my time, and for a professional, if this was the grand plan, I would refer to it as rather sloppy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It seems a little slapdash in how it was put together, or why he would just fuck off in the middle of all this, assuming that was what happened. So yeah, maybe he did get grabbed.
No one in the right mind would go it alone in a place like this.
Unless he's got connections to whatever this thing is. He did have some entity of darkness or other inside him when we dealt with that shadow dragon thing. Was that ever fully explained to you?
Somewhat here and there. The whole thing sounds quite. I barely even know what to call it. Fantastic, I suppose.
Yeah. So after.
Though there have been crazier things, certainly.
After we made our way from Alice here, we ran into a man who's now the quartermaster for the Soldiers of the Blue, and there was a little bit more to it than that, but the long story short is he asked us to go get some figurines from his ancestral house that he had. He was just a child when the Black Sun happened, and he wanted these carvings to remind him of his family who did not survive. So we went to the property that we now own, Riverstone Keep, and found it occupied by someone who seemed to be involved with some sort of blood magic. And in the basement, we found Mira trapped in some kind of, I don't know, suspended animation or something. Whatever it was, she was caught in one of the cells and could not move of her own volition. Obviously being whatever she is, umbral magic or something, she didn't age, didn't die, didn't need water or food or anything, and apparently was down there for 11 years. So we rescued her. I don't even remember how we got the door open. It was just Frey and Strieg and I, and I mean, this is some serious cell doors, welded into the walls and stuff. And oh no, I remember now. Mira she punched the door open. That's one of the first indications, that and the fact that she was still alive. We figured that was maybe magic, but the fact that she punched the door wide open, because that's right, we went around the corner from the cell and there was another room that had this weird monstrosity in it. So we killed that, and that released Mira. So the four of us made our way to back to town, but we ended up going through the back way, through the hidden mountain pass. Had to get past some wyverns, which I don't even know how we did that. We had to get Henrietta across this bridge that was all rickety. I don't even remember how she got across. One minute she was on one side, the next she was on the other. But I mean, this was months ago, and for all I know, my memory's fading. But there were a bunch of nesting wyverns there, but we hid in the mist and made our way into this crevasse. And inside was a cave where there was a dragon skull and what looked like a little bit of belongings and an altar. And somehow we awoke the shadow spirit of the dragon that was stuck inside of its own skull. Frey did their thing where they can touch stuff and feel whatever emotions were happening, and apparently someone was trying to summon a dragon spirit into a dragon egg or something like that. And we destroyed the spirit by Mira basically punching the skull until it fell apart, but not before the spirit bit Strieg and almost killed him. However, there was
her sound like a hammer and nail type.
Sorry?
You make her sound like a hammer and nail type.
She's nice enough, and I don't think she never says that she wants to punch things. But for a thing of her strength, a lot of the times it's easier to. I mean, I've got a bow and arrow. Strieg has those crossbows. Frey didn't have any weapons. So how else were we supposed to destroy the skull? You know, so I don't know. We had to break it somehow. But Streak was hit or bit or something and half died from the shadow thing. But this guy showed up and he helped us finish off the dragon with magic. He created some kind of fire shield, and he was able to, for lack of a better word, exorcise the evil spirit from Streak and heal him a little bit, bring him back from. I swear to God, he was dead. Well, I swear to the 9, he was dead. The 9 saints, but he told us, he warned us that if we ever saw Streak acting strangely or he changed, that the evil that was still inside him that he couldn't get rid of was taking over, and that I think he said that we should kill him.
That's somewhat concerning.
Yeah. So this could be what we have to do now. We might have to kill him, because if he left on his own accord, or sorry, not on his own accord, he was pulled away by whatever evil magic is inside him. That could be what the change the man was telling us about. Or, I mean, at the same time, the guy seemed to live in a cave in the mountains by himself, surrounded by wyverns. So he could have just been a crazy man, but he did somehow rescue Streak, who, at the time I thought he was my friend. So, if someone's like, hey, this is what you need to do, I saved your friend, you're gonna listen to him. But so
on one hand, I'm curious what changed. On the other hand, I'm also interested in bringing up a certain topic. Mr. Viacourt, something Miss Tyrell mentioned the other day that you had discussed with her.
What was that?
Regarding me. She had mentioned that the two of you had certain thoughts regarding me.
Was this about about your eyes?
Yes, it seems that most of you know at this point, which is, frankly, not something I like to have happen.
Garrett would give him a clap on the shoulder and just be like, look, you seem like a good guy. I've had to deal with enough bandits and people who were from my own land to know that just because someone is from somewhere, just because someone's from Eindarid, doesn't mean that they're all good people. Just because someone's from Raycloud doesn't mean they're all bad people. I mean, look at the Patricians that they've subjugated, and so just because they're technically from Raycloud now doesn't mean they're all bad people either. You've been pretty honest with us, more honest than I think even some of ourselves have been with us. But, I could understand why you'd want to hide that. It doesn't seem to me that you're some kind of Rayclarian operative, spy, whatever, that's trying to destabilize the region. We've run into those, and they've all been pretty obvious.
I'm sorry, you what?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the guys who were in why can't I think of names right now? I'm sorry. This is out of character. I'm totally blanking on names.
Yeah, no, I figured there's a lot of notes I have to go through.
Yeah, there's the guys from Corval. There's who Mira's dad is supposedly off chasing down. There's which I gotta say, he seemed to have the right idea with that. It was all Mira's fault that we got caught up in that explosion. She wanted to try to warn off the Rayclarian soldiers who were coming, and attempt to keep them from getting caught in the explosion, that he was going to blow up the lab when he wanted to blow up the lab with them in it. So I'm like, hey, if these guys are out here capturing and imprisoning people, they're not good guys. So yeah, if they get caught in the explosion, I don't mind. But and then there's the guy who's running the Soldiers of the Blue, but he's going by a different name now. I don't even know how we know that, but he had a different name. Than he does now. He has something about him being Rayclarian, and he was a former admiral of theirs, or something. That was. I can't remember what that guy's name was. But he's going as Adelvine now, and he had some tie with Rayclow. I don't remember what exactly, but he's one of those guys that seem too outgoing, like they're hiding something by being more outgoing, if you know what I mean. Like, they seem fake. And the fact that all of a sudden his mercenary company, the Soldiers of the Blue, show up, that they take over and are all of a sudden able to find the bandits who have been plaguing Fortuny's soul for months, that Sacred Blade hasn't been able to find. It's all just too coincidental, like, oh, hey, I'm just some guy, I look nice, I have money, and oh, what, my people are suddenly fixing all the problems? Hey, you should hire us to do more stuff. It seems almost like some kind of takeover of Fortuny's soul, which, if we're honest, would be a huge coup for Rayclow, being stuck on the opposite side of the sea there. Now they have a foothold that they can grow out of. as much as the Black Sun stopped them and forced them back from invading us, I don't think that those who, a king doesn't stop wanting more land just because he got kicked out of one spot. He might try again, especially once he felt he was stronger if everyone else was weaker. So I could certainly see them making another play for it, but as I was saying, that doesn't make all of them bad. As a soldier, I imagine many of them were like I was, you're brought in. I was forcibly conscripted. It was either that or jail time, but I'm sure Ray Cloud does the same thing. They forcibly conscript people, or people join up. They think they're doing the right thing. They think they're doing whatever they need to do to help their families, or they feel strongly patriotic, which Ray Cloud doesn't have the best history to feel patriotic about if you're outside that, but they're just regular people. It's the people who are in charge are the real bad guys. I as much as if I had to, I would kill those soldiers if it ever came down to it, acting as a soldier. It's just what you have to do to not only survive, but especially if it's invading versus whatever. But I'm rambling on. I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is just that I don't think I don't think that you're a bad person just because you're Ray Clarion. Someone's gotta sow the wheat, bring in the crops. They're not bad people. They're just minding their own business. It's the ones who are avaricious and greedy, and there's people like that in every country. So I don't, just because I don't have an issue with you being Ray Clarion just because you're Ray Clarion. You can't change that. That's not part of you to change. Sorry, I blabbed for a while. I apologize. I was just...
In this moment, the only thing I'll admit to you is that you were right. You take off the glasses about the color of my eyes. That it is difficult to engage in business or even everyday activities when people know that, for the most part. It would seem that your group is an exception on this matter. I'd simply ask that it not get out.
Yeah,
as far as whether or not someone is good or bad based on their heritage, I can't really speak on that. If you ever want to say I'm a bad person, you can say it's for what I've done personally. But I do hope that I've shown that I am at least a dependable person.
Yes. Yeah, no, you've definitely shown that. The only thing that you've shown that's not entirely dependent is occasionally your pistols misfire. But
that's why you keep two.
That's why you keep two, exactly.
Till they both misfire. That's why you keep a knife.
Well, let's call that a bit more than a knife.
Oh, I'm referring to the one in my jacket. The sword's for other things. Well, for when you're not.
That's not a knife. Here, it pulls out another. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I don't. I don't have an issue with that, and obviously it's not something I plan on blabbing around in town or whatever. I mean, until you saw what happened to Mira's arm we didn't tell you about her secret, so I could keep a secret without issues.
I see. Well, I appreciate that.
And then again, just give him another, clap on the back, and I know one of the big reasons we're out here is looking for your cure. How are you feeling about all this? We've had several setbacks and haven't really found a lot out here. I know you trust your friends, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't feeling too there's a word I want to use that I can't think of. I guess it's I
Put
can't think of it. Put out. Yes. Thank you. Yes, that was the word. I just want to make sure.
My current feelings are nothing compared to how Mr. Garvin would feel should we fail in this endeavor, given the fact that he is a good associate and friend of mine. I would rather not my former associate do that to him.
Fair point.
In addition to the other reasons I'm doing this.
I mean, make no mistake. I intend to do the best I can to get you to this tomb and hopefully find a cure for you, regardless of anything else out there. This is what I set out to do, and I'll finish it.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. There was actually something else that came up during your ramblings. You don't trust the leader of the Order of the Knight Soldiers of Blue. I'm sorry, was it Soldiers of Blue?
Soldiers of the Blue.
Soldiers of the Blue and Fortuny Soul.
You don't trust him?
Yeah, I don't. No. He's too fishy. He came to prominence too quick, right before he unveiled the fact that he had a military company, a mercenary company work for him, and right before they had a huge success right off the bat. Doesn't that feel fishy? I just feel like, imagine if some new merchant showed up in town, but he didn't say he was a merchant. He's just some guy. He shows up. He's all friendly to everyone, and then all of a sudden, this huge ship pulls into harbor and just starts unloading crates after crates of goods. And he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm merchant so and so. That's my ship out in the harbor, and look at all this stuff that we got. I mean, we got stuff that we haven't even been able to trade since before the Black Sun. We managed to get ships out to the name of the continent that was across the sea that we lost contact in the Great in the Black Sun, or something like that. Right? Wouldn't you be saying, like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, where did he come from? And how did he get this stuff? We can't get it. You've been out there. You know what's out there. So, how's he getting this stuff? His soldiers have iron armor and weapons. You don't just get iron armor and weapons.
I've been around, Mr. Villacourt. I've seen many people, done many things, and learned much. Are you superstitious at all?
I didn't think I was. I believe in the 9 saints, and inspection. I don't think that is it Vreeland? That's the super religious country. they're right in how they teach inspection and how they let it truly, rule everything. But I believe in the 9 and that there's something out there. But I wouldn't say that I'm particularly superstitious, or at least I wasn't until some of the things we've seen.
I see. Well, just a comment before I head back to the others. There are people out there who believe that the color blue and those who wear it bring bad luck or tidings.
Garrett looks down at himself and back up. Well, it's a good thing I prefer and look better in greens and browns then, isn't it?
Blue is certainly not an easy dye to come by.
Well, it works well in the forests or blue or green is what you're referring to.
Blue is a harder color to come by.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, when it comes to difficult dyes, I've always liked purple more.
That is quite a good one to trade. But anyway, just something to think on. Anyway, I'll get back to the others. If anything comes up, you know what to do.
Yeah, hopefully we'll find some more trails or something soon. I'll keep an eye out, but if any of them see anything, holler.
Of course.
And hopefully we'll find something soon as we come around here. As it gets towards night, I think we should probably pull back from the lake again.
Of course.
Still want to do watches. I don't even want to know what's in the forest if these drowned thing are in the lakes. On the off chance.
Okay.
Just before you head back. What do you think it's in the middle of the lake?
What do I think is in the middle of the lake?
No. What do you think the tomb is? What are the odds? Do you think the tomb was in? Is we're gonna have to go into the lake or whatever for this? I almost want to put money on it, but I don't know.
Well, if it is there, I doubt we'll be able to access it so easily.
If it is, the only thing I could think of that would get us to access it would be a cave on shore that leads under the lake itself, but hopefully we don't have to deal with that, right?
Hopefully we'll find what we're looking for soon.
Yep, hopefully. And but again, one last clap on the back, a nod, and Garrett will head back, start pathfinding a little bit further ahead.
Lars will return the nod before returning to the others.
After that actual 20-minute conversation, surprisingly, you make your way back to the others. And yeah, everyone else is... What's everyone else been doing up to?
Probably chit-chatting about something or other, unless you have a different idea.
No, I think Ray is still pretty withdrawn with everything that happened yesterday. And he keeps finding himself staring out at the lake. He's probably not very good for conversation now.
Yeah, I think someone's probably chatting with Mira and maybe brainstorming, at least to themselves, ideas of what could have happened to Streak and where he might be, and how we could get him back, but also just keeping an eye out to see if we're passing signs of any, I don't know, whatever we might be looking for, like a tomb or a cave or whatever.
not a problem. So, as you guys continue your conversations, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. Oh, shit. Now that my office is getting empty, that's loud. Like, that echoes. Ow. The owl wasn't because it was loud. It was because I slapped my hands. Like, hurts
That's
my
what clapping
fingers.
is.
Yeah, but like when you do it really loud, like once, it like makes your hands tingle from hitting each other. Ugh. Ow. Anyway, so
Alex, get my pike.
as you can't make jokes here, you'll know what happens. As you guys continue to travel, about another 3 hours go by. It's mid to late afternoon, like, you know, it's 3, 4-ish, when you finally start to see in the distance, Garrett, a silhouette of a decrepit fort. You can see a single, like, corner of a round battlement. And you can see where the rubble has kind of, like, of it being destroyed or abandoned or something has slowly, like, started to fall apart on bits of it beyond that. But at the same time, also ahead of you, there are, like, it's not readily obvious because some of this is so incredibly old, but there are a number of just on the hillside and kind of like scattered to almost all the way to the brain farting, to the beach, just destroyed houses. There are a few that are vaguely standing as you kind of get closer and closer over the next 5-10 minutes or so.
So this would appear to be the town that the fishing net would have been serving.
Yeah, even though that was at least a couple of hours ago, having it further out isn't a bad idea, especially if there are lots of people around here. It would scare fish away, so...
It also depends on like what the terrain is. It might be easier to scare fishes there into the net versus scaring them into the net here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Definitely hole up and till everyone gets there and tell them this looks like this might be the main town for, or what was the main town for this area. If I was a tomb, I would either be in or near the town, so this is probably pointing us right in the right direction. It's probably somewhere right around here.
If I was a tomb is such a funny. Okay. If I was a tomb is such a funny way to put that, but okay.
Well, how else would you put it?
Maybe if I were in the town, I would probably want the tomb close by or something. But if I were a tomb, where would I be hiding? Is a very funny thought process.
That's a classic thing people say.
No, I mean it's not wrong. It's just funny to me.
We're all tombs today, Dave. Don't worry.
Well,
That really got me.
Be that as it may, this is probably where we should check. I don't know what the heck destroyed it like this, though. It is all wrecked, as you can see.
Diamond and Bray, I assume.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm hoping it's not that giant that was in the lake.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Are
all
there
of this-
giant footprints?
Yeah. All of this is like older than the Year of the Black Sun, like abandoned even
this
before
is
then, right?
way older. Like, guesstimate minimum 100 years.
Is the buildings
I think
older or
before.
is the ruins older? You know what I mean?
I mean, the buildings are definitely, like, you mean like the ruins of like the fort or the buildings?
Yeah, like does it look like, I mean, could they have been ruined by something other than Umbria?
I mean, possibly, like, give me a. I need to. What the fuck skill would even cover analyzing this shit?
Well, I mean, if we got closer and checked the weathering on some of the, like wooden boards, if this destruction was very recent, the boards would be weathered differently, right?
Yeah,
older or that.
like you can tell at least a vague amount of age from it. But yeah, I would say if you guys are wanting to investigate this ruined village, notice. Unless you have something else you'd like to try and sell me on, I'm always willing to listen.
Doing it, notice. Why not? Let's give it a shot.
I just hope.
Fuck yeah.
Well, if we're going to be like wandering around the village at all, Frey will just kind of be, you know, touching things just to see if he picks up anything with his emotion resonant.
So, just because the last time we went into a building, we got attacked by drowners, drowned dead, and
It was late then, to be fair.
magic armor. Do we want to hold up in a building?
Now, almost none of these buildings are standing. Like,
Okay.
outside of, like, stone foundations and maybe 1.5 walls,
But like the
the
fort
rest of them
still
is
standing.
just... Yeah, if it's a stone foundation, it's probably in decent shape, but if it's a stone foundation with wooden floors, probably not worth standing on. I mean, it is a veritable abandoned shithole. Anyways, Samar, you are trying to identify, like, age of destruction?
Yes.
Old. Like, this wasn't... There's not a lot that you see that comes across as intentionally destroyed so much as abandoned. And it's just, like, beat
Okay.
to hell with decades and decades and decades and a century, probably, of just being ignored, disrepair.
Okay.
There's
Does it
not...
look like there's been anything that's like taken shelter here or like dug through this place?
The only thing of note that you really see is you can see like a large like divot leading from the lake, like coming out of the lake, like a large like divot like path that then leads out of the lake and about 15 feet up against the side of a like wooden foundation of what you would assume at one point was probably like a fishmonger's house or something.
Okay. Okay. So like probably someone was fishing and dragging whatever they were holding the fish in up to the fishmonger's house and selling them off
Pretty
or whatever.
recent this though. Like this
Is it like the size of a rowboat?
Yeah, you could say that.
Interesting. And it doesn't go past that house.
No, it looks like something was dragged up to or from like where it's up against the corner of a decrepit foundation of stone.
So it's not a real house. Or not a current house.
Sorry, Blaine?
Robert?
What?
So it's not like a current house, it's just a
No,
foundation?
there. Like I said, there's nothing here in this entire village that would be defined. Like, you don't see anything that has 4 walls. maybe the fort.
I heard you
that's-
say almost nothing.
Yeah, like, maybe the fort further up. Like, it obviously has damage, but you can't get the specifics from this far down.
Right.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe they just put the boat here for like safety or
Convenience.
whatever. Yeah, like to dock it somewhere. Which is fine. I mean, Mira, if you would like to drop the boat off there, then feel free, I guess.
Sure.
It's true. It is truly a convenience thought.
Yeah. But I mean, that does suggest that our mysterious boater did come up here, so
Yes, the boatsman has been here as of a number of days ago.
yeah, so probably the fort is the way to go, I would assume.
Yes, why don't we take a look?
So you guys are making your way up further into this abandoned village.
Yes. I will have my mind light on.
Alright.
For what it's worth.
As you begin to head in, there is a... I don't want to call it a tower, that wouldn't quite be right, but I would say maybe a 2.5-story tall, like, small bell tower or lookout post that seems to be standing. Made almost exclusively out of stone. That, as you kind of head up, it could be argued it was a village square at some point. And, yeah, you guys kind of like, other than that, there's one house that looks like it's in decent-ish shape, well, compared to the rest of them. And as you kind of are curving up the path towards the fort, you can see that, well, one of the walls is half missing, but it's the first one you've seen that has most of a roof.
We should take a look in there first.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I guess we can go check it out. I just hope that by the time we get to the fort, they don't have any actual like gates and whatever barring us. The last time that happened, you had to talk to the kid piloted by a blood spider. Isn't that right, Frey?
Yes, that was a strange experience. And an unpleasant one.
Rather horrid sounding, if I may say so.
You could certainly say that.
Yeah, that's one problem we quite literally blew away.
But from out here, at least, this place looks much less lived in.
You, as you're kind of approaching it, when I say 3.5 walls, the main wall that you kind of approach, these aren't complicated houses. They don't look like they're more than maybe 2 rooms. You can see where the door is missing and about half of the wall has fallen inward to the left of the door as you're kind of approaching it.
Okay.
You heading in?
Frey will poke his head inside.
Free goes first. That means the spider gets him.
It is... I wouldn't call it sturdy. all of the rubble in this house seems to have been, like, you can see there's a corner where all of everything's kind of been piled up. Otherwise, there is a bedroll, there is a pack that is... There's a pack that is almost completely, like, it is torn apart and there's nothing you can see in it. And you can see beyond it, there is what looks like a wooden trapdoor. You gotta keep moving in towards the house?
The bedroll is torn apart. Is it torn apart the way that...
No. The pack is torn apart.
Okay. Is it torn apart, like, literally, like, shredded?
Like, not completely shredded, but like, you know, I don't know how else to describe it.
Like, it's not just ransacked. There is, like, structural damage.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Does it look like it's torn apart by the same claws that the drowned had?
Or by like a sword? Do the tears look clean?
The tears are...
You used the word torn, so I
yeah,
not.
I would not say clean, but they are definitely... They don't look like they were... It wasn't ripped. It was cut by... you know what? Frey's the one who's in there. Is anyone going with him, or is it just Frey?
I mean, yeah.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Okay, Alex, I mean, yeah, is not a response to that.
Who's gonna jump in front of the spider if not me?
Okay.
Alex, we can't lose two of your characters to a spider.
If he's not immediately dead, I will follow him.
Okay. All right. So you, in that case, give me a int stab
Interesting. Okay.
to see if you can identify how something was cut.
It's not bad.
Best guess would probably be a fairly dull knife or sword. Like, there's some tearing, but it definitely looks like it was quickly cut by some sort of man-made blade. Just not well.
Are there like strips missing? Like, does it look like it was cut to get some fabric, or
No. It's all there, it just looks like it was cut up.
Is there anything within it at this point?
Not that you see.
Can we shake it out or something?
Yeah, you lift it up and you can see, like, there's like a large slash across the bottom of it, another one across the side, a couple across the back where it would be like attached to a person. But yeah, you kind of shake it. It is completely empty.
Mr. Farah, can you come here for a moment?
Yes. Yeah, Frey will come over.
Turn around, and Lawrence will like put it in his back and kind of like look to gauge if it was like, it seems like it was cut while it was being worn. You said there was one on the where the back is, correct?
Yeah.
Is it also covered in blood? I'm assuming not.
No.
Certainly not being worn when it was cut up. Thank you, Mr. Farak.
He looks a little bewildered. You're welcome.
You said all the stuff in the room other than the pack is like piled up in a corner?
Yeah, like all of the debris, like anything that looked like it was abandoned or just otherwise like broken glass, it was all just kind of shoved in a corner.
Okay. It looks like maybe somebody was just clearing a path to whatever, or like clearing the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I mean...
And there's this, and Frey will gesture towards the trapdoor.
Fun. Well, I mean, I'm okay going in if you guys are. Somebody have a weapon out, I guess. There might be somebody hiding in there.
Listen at it first.
Yeah.
The trapdoor is does have like a metal bar across it. I did forget to mention. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, hopefully no one's in there then.
Is it firmly latched?
Yeah, like it's not locked. Like it's the best way I can describe it, like it's got like two across both sides unevenly. Like it's not like perfectly symmetrical with the wooden flooring of the home, but it's so it's like, you know, maybe 10-degree angle, but there are two kind of just bronze or brass kind of latches, and then the metal bar is slid through them.
Is this like a normal thing, or is it clearly someone's trying to keep it shut and had to do so hastily or something?
Give me a wisdom work.
Okay.
See if you can kind of glean anything from how this is built. It's not normal to have a outer bar locking a trapdoor. Not to mention, like, the trapdoor, it's not in the middle of the room, but it's not like off in a corner. The thing that sticks out to you most is just like, it's just weird. Like, it doesn't make sense.
So just to make sure I understand, it's a trapdoor that is not off to the side, but not in the center. Is there anything that would be nearby as if to cover it normally?
In the
I'm assuming
pile
you
of stuff, there is an old tattered rug.
And so it's...
Does the
has
rug have like a trapdoor-sized flap cut into it or something?
Well, the idea,
No.
if you hit it, it would be underneath the rug.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if it was used as like a trap for something to fall in.
My implication of asking if something would hide it would be as if it was a secret trapdoor rather than a trapdoor.
Yeah, I
did go
I
ahead
think
and draw a basic of how it would kind of look.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there's sort of the trapdoor was created to hide something from people or to put something in there that they don't want getting out, you know? So I would
Or-
imagine if it's
It
being
doesn't.
locked
It
from the
wouldn't just be
outside.
access to a basement, would it? Just.
I mean,
opens
if it is, it's the thing is that it's locked now. So like,
right.
Does it
If it
open
is,
outward,
then-
Robert?
It does open outward.
Okay.
And there's nothing like holding the bar in there. Like you could just slide the bar out.
Is the bar also like the same material as the latch?
Yeah, they're both made of bronze or brass. Probably bronze.
Are they like tarnished in a similar manner, like the same age?
No, these are in pretty good shape. Not really
Oh.
any rust to speak of.
Wait, so both the latch and the bar are in good shape?
Yeah, the like brackets that the bar goes through. Yeah.
So just to make sure I understand. So are you saying that there's a piece of the trapdoor that implies the trapdoor itself is old, but the bar itself is newer, or is the
Correct.
whole thing new?
No.
Okay.
The trapdoor is definitely old. Like,
Okay.
oh, okay, I see.
Then Lawrence will point out that it does seem that this bar was added more recently.
So, okay. So I think then maybe you and I are maybe both a little bit correct in that, like, the carpet was maybe to keep a trapdoor hidden that was there so that other people wouldn't find it. And then now there's been a bar put in place to, I don't know, keep something in there
in?
or, yeah.
My concern is there might be some of those monsters within.
Yeah.
We could knock, see if listen for any noise.
Yeah. It's not dark out yet, right?
no, it's overcast, and you know, it's very much a gray day. You know,
Sure.
it's kind of like get that vibe to it, but it is not dark yet. It's like 4-ish.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with knocking if you want to.
Anyone want to veto that
Yeah.
before we do it?
No, I don't. We're not going to get answers by not doing things.
Lawrence will give it a bit of a.
A second later, you hear a scraping sound. And then... just wailing. This high-pitched wailing. Which starts to evolve into almost crying.
Mira looks concerned.
That's disturbing.
Yeah,
Is that a person down there?
I don't
Well-
know.
It'd be a
Lawrence knocks again.
Frey is going to kneel down next to the trapdoor and just put his hands on it to see if he picks up anything from his emotional resonance.
Oh boy, good old emotional resonance.
He's resonating.
There
Emotionally?
is this feeling of... It doesn't come from the door itself, but the bar. This feeling of regret from someone who desperately wishes they were anywhere else in the world but here.
All right, Frey will push a little deeper into that. So I'm going to roll my wisdom magic. Seven.
Unfortunately, you focus for a moment, but the impression, the resonance begins to fade.
He shakes his head, pulling back. The regret. But if there's somebody down there,
Robert, if Lawrence knocks another time, is there any more noise?
Just that occasional wailing. It's weak. It's high-pitched but weak.
Does it seem like they're wailing in response, or just like there is wailing happening?
It definitely gets a little more... Like, there is some sort of response, but it is happening otherwise now as well.
Okay.
My gut's telling me that's not a person. But my gut's been wrong before.
Can we possibly tell how far away the sound is? Like, based on how loud it is?
Not far. Like, there is a floor below you. It is below that floor.
If you open the door, I can at least tell if it's living.
Can't you tell if it's living now?
No, not if there's a barrier in the way.
Opening the door could be all it takes
Oh,
to
I
release
see.
whatever's within.
I know. So I'm not saying you should, but if you do, I can.
How large a hole does it need to be to not count as a barrier?
I don't know. Robert, do I know?
Because could we not break a hole in one of the floorboards since this is so decayed?
I mean, theoretically that would work.
So if we broke a
Okay.
hole that's like, say, maybe fist-sized versus person-sized, it shouldn't be able to get out without a lot of effort versus opening the door and letting it just get out. Assuming it's a person or not a person.
Maybe.
If I may. I think that should be our last course of action if we take it at all.
So you're saying we keep it? We just move on?
I'd rather check the fort than pursue this in that manner.
I mean, what if it is a person?
I was going to say that.
I hate to say it, but a little bit longer of us looking around is gonna hurt them more.
Sure, but if we find what we're looking for in the fort, are we not going to come back and check?
You could call out. We station someone outside to keep watch just in case anyone hears. Call out to them. See if they will respond in a intelligible manner. But
I certainly don't see why we wouldn't look into this after we resolve this issue, but I mean, who knows? We might need to run away, so there is a chance that we may not come back if we don't do something about it now. But this is also a delay in us finding a cure for whatever this is, and if you're so worried, possibly where Streak went.
can't say I knew the man long, but I don't think that sounded like him.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
when
nobody-
whether it was on purpose or dragged is not what I meant. Just like where they are, how they just whatever. Anyways, sorry, you were saying, Frey.
Is there somebody down there? I think we should see. We can't just leave them here.
It would be terrible to leave a person trapped somewhere.
Current concern is that it's not, in fact, a person. Yeah.
I mean,
Very real concern, but
if the wood wasn't strong enough to hold them, presumably they'd be out already, right?
Well,
Like,
they
I
might
think
not
a
have been able to
fist-sized-
get.
Well, but
The
I'm saying a
grasp.
fist-sized hole in like the wood, I don't imagine would be that much of a threat. But I guess who can say?
All right, Robert. I'm
Yep.
gonna listen really fucking close and try to gauge if the scraping is bone on stone or something, or if it's metal.
All right, give me a int notice. Let's see how well you can parse.
Lawrence holds up the hand to gesture for the rest to, stop, and said, wisdom or int?
Int. It's very faint. You cannot tell.
I can't tell what the scraping is, but that's my biggest concern. Surely you know, Mr. Viacourt, Umbriae, who will speak for all people in.
Yeah.
Can someone try talking to it? I know it's not conclusive, but maybe it'll.
How
We should tell us
closely
something.
does that bag look like the one that was in the boathouse? I know you can only make a bag so many ways, but
It's... It doesn't, like... It's smaller. Like, it is definitively not. Like, you would be able to say pretty confidently.
okay. Because my thought process was because didn't we get the sense that the person who was in the boathouse was part of a group, or at least two people? What if this is the
Sounds
other person?
Yeah, regret also makes me feel like
Because they're bringing all the fish here, aren't they?
oh, fuck. Yeah. Somebody might
Kind
be
of
keeping
quantity
this
are we talking
person
about?
alive.
Yeah, what fish are we talking about?
from the net.
Yeah.
The net was completely
The
The
broken.
net was completely destroyed. Like, unusable.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
I
I
guess-
guess that's what I thought.
I guess I was
missed-
just.
I forgot for a second. We saw boat gouges, not like some. Well, no, we saw something was being dragged up to the house.
The boat, assumedly.
Yeah.
The other boat.
I guess I was just thinking like, this person is visiting here. I mean, maybe they just came up here for, I don't know, for the same thing that we're looking for. But it's also possible that if somebody regrets that they're here and that they don't want to be here or whatever, maybe
right.
they're here because they're keeping this thing alive or something.
I'll remind
Yeah.
that the stain in the boathouse was fresh.
Blood.
Yeah.
So whoever they are, whatever they're doing, it is not. It's not very friendly, at least.
I would like to kneel down by the door and call out, "Who are you?"
Lawrence will step outside to make sure that if anyone starts coming running upon hearing the call out, that someone's looking.
You call out and there's no response, but then after a second, you just and then you hear and feel a scraping against the other side of the trapdoor
And
as
that
it
didn't-
hits up against the bar, rattling it slightly.
How powerful does it seem? Like, this
Not
isn't like somebody
incredibly so.
Okay.
What they cried out, that didn't sound like maybe a language we couldn't understand. It just sounded like weird noise.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm okay
something-
leaving if we want. It does give me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, so.
I cut out for a minute. What was
It was a horrifying noise and more scraping on the other side of the trap door when Samar called out
Yeah, somebody like smacked against it or something, I guess, but
and scraped against it.
yeah.
Probably not it. Probably not it, guys.
Yeah. I think it's probably not a person, I guess, but
I mean, did Summer say anything specifically?
I just said, "Who are you?" And it just responded in weird noises and I don't know.
Attempt to escape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it whatever's down there, it hit the trapdoor hard enough that the trapdoor came up and rattled the bar slightly.
I think I might recommend again that we move on from this. I think it's best to leave this one unexplored.
Okay.
I think we, at the very least, before it gets too dark, we should try to explore the keep.
Mm-hmm.
Though what I was saying earlier applies there, seeing as how the last time we kind of looked into a building at night, we got ambushed by those things. Is setting up camp inside the keep, assuming it's stable, is that something we'd want to do? It is probably most defensible option, assuming there's nothing in the basement or gonna break in through the basement or whatever.
I mean, how much time do we have until night?
It's overcast. Hard to tell.
Okay.
I'd say you'd be able to estimate no more than 3 hours or so.
Few hours, give or take.
Yeah. So an option could be to explore that a bit, set up camp in there, or maybe we set up camp in the nearby, slightly out of town, and explore more fully in the morning.
The fort may be defensible, but it's also conspicuous.
And we don't know what it's like inside. I think maybe camp for tonight.
Yeah, and
Camp
then
outside
explore
for
that.
tonight.
Explore it in the morning.
Right. Why don't we take a quick glance at it before we head out of it?
Right, I'm not saying we can't look at it now. I'm just saying that if we really want to get a good look at it, we would have to either wait for the morning or set up camp inside it. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's tough to know without knowing what state it's in. I mean,
Right.
we could walk in and get ambushed, in which case, obviously, we don't want to camp there. So,
I'll suggest we take a quick look, head out town for the night.
Yeah.
All right. You guys head towards the fort, and as you do so again, there's nothing really resembling roads. It's just kind of occasional bits of grown grass through this mostly packed dirt path. Occasional bits of cobblestone still visible, but mostly dirt and just various debris covering it. And you begin to wind up the hill slightly. You can see over to the west there are a few more homes, but it's also just trees scattered across the beginnings of the bases of mountains beyond the hills. And you get towards the, again, vague sense of a path up to the fort, and you see finally where the southeastern portion of it is in good shape. The northernmost and westernmost walls are completely gone, bulldozed through by a very large boulder that sits at the base of the hill.
Well, I guess we're not camping inside tonight.
It'd be quite a draft.
I would say
Boulder does seem natural, right?
you can go up and examine it.
I mean, if we're going in that direction, sure. Otherwise, I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't know how to define it as natural when I mean like this fort is at the base of a
Comically
mountain.
round boulder.
Like it would not be unheard of for there to have been, a lot of snow or rain eventually dislodging debris and causing a landslide.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough.
Right. So yeah, it doesn't look like it was, rounded or thrown or anything like that.
That would be an impressive. The boulder is massive.
I mean, we did see a giant.
We saw a giant in the lake, yeah.
Well, yeah, you did. But anyway, yeah, so otherwise, like I said, the southeasternmost portions of the fort seem to be in good health, but the north and, specifically the north looks like it took the brunt of it, but also the northwestern wall is completely gone. The gate is off of its hinges and just kind of jammed into the grounds at about a 10-degree angle. Or the portcullis, not the gate, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's not like an outer wall that's broken. It's like the...
No, there is no outer wall.
Okay.
It is a singular fort. It looks like there is a courtyard beyond the portcullis, but from what you can see approaching from the southwest, it doesn't look very large.
Let's get a closer look.
Mm-hmm.
quick drawing, something like this. And then this is where you guys kind of came in. And then this would have been the path of the boulder.
Okay.
And so, yeah, here, this was the direction you initially saw where it looked like it was in better shape. Does that all make sense?
That's just a baseball field.
I thought making the
Oh my
joke
god, it really is.
thought I was
It
making the
really
joke.
does look like a baseball field. Son of a bitch. All right, so yeah, this is Fenway Park.
He's making us play baseball. That motherfucker.
Yeah, there's actually
Like,
like,
my pike.
so like if you're looking right here, there was a little something, and in the middle there's like a little cart area, and then up here. I'm sorry, I'm done making baseball jokes. All right, I didn't even see it, funny enough, but I digress. So yeah, what are you guys doing?
Stepping in, having a quick glance around.
Yeah.
How are you getting
Yeah.
in?
Through the giant boulder hole, or
Boulder
is
hole.
there
Okay,
a-
so you're like climbing over the destroyed portions of the wall and outside up there.
Unless it
Or-
seems pretty dangerous to do so.
or is the front's not there? You said the portcullis. I forgot. Was the
Yeah,
portcullis
yeah,
up
the-
or down?
No, it is down and like off
Okay,
center,
yeah.
like off of its guides at about a 10-degree angle.
Okay.
And I mean the
Yes, that's not.
boulder direction came from like that.
Yeah, the boulder hole.
All right.
They're not moving that
You
gate.
carefully climb over and you immediately hear the sounds of something skittering inside.
Lawrence stops.
Yeah, big stop.
I still have my mind light on.
Doesn't mean that it's not undead.
Yeah.
All right, let me read the specifics of Mind Light just in case really quick.
Trying to get you.
The skittering begins to grow louder and louder. And Samar, you like it is coming from like from where you entered, like the wall continues down a corridor on the like down to the southeast. And it is coming from that direction. And you can hear it getting louder and louder, and Samar, 1, 2, 4, 5, 10, 20, 40, 50 rats. 55, 60, all coming
I will-
directly at you.
I will.
If the skitter gets
Hide.
louder, Lawrence is backing up.
Yeah, I will hide. I will yell rats, and I will hide behind Mira.
Rats!
Yeah, Frey is backing down out the other side of that wall.
Yeah.
Back out.
I yell rats, and then I'm like, not the exclamation, the animal, rats! And then I run.
All right.
See, this
Yeah,
would be
I
a great
mean-
time if someone knew Fireball.
I can only punch one rat at a time.
you come outside and you see one rat about the size of, I would say about 30, 40 pounds, the size of a corgi.
Fuck.
And
those are
you
birds
can
of unusual
see
size.
many more just stuck to it. Its tail covered in rats that are just
A rat king? I hate
dirty
you.
and disgusting. Some of them wrapped around its feet. You can see corpses, some living, some dead, just all stuck and matted together in the fur, the tail, all portions of this impossibly large rat. As it's just running, almost hobbling, dragging these living, scurrying, unable to move, almost howling with this sound, rats, as it charges off into the darkness of the northern portions of the destroyed wall.
Well then, maybe we should come back tomorrow after we've had some time to make some torches that we can light to maybe
Make some
see if
Molotov
these things will
cocktails.
run away from fire.
Well, now hold on. So all of these rats just like went off in one direction.
Yeah, one rat
Do I-
did. It just happened to have a lot more stuck to it.
Okay, but I can feel rats elsewhere also. Like that wasn't all of them.
Did, but that was probably 40 or 50 of them. That was the majority.
Oh gosh.
You all right?
Yeah, I was just thinking of. Wait, were you saying that the Rat King was 50 rats?
That's what he said.
As
Oh,
it's
God.
running further down the destroyed,
Don't think about it.
you hear it slip, and then you hear this screeching sound, and then a crunch, and then this horrible high-pitched wail coming from a rat. This just, and then after a second, it just stops. And then nothing.
Let's see
Did
if I
that
can
thing
camp
just run
elsewhere.
into a trap?
A crunch. It slips and then a crunch and then. Okay.
Well, if
Do
you
the
all
walls-
want to investigate it, I would rather I'll wait out here.
Well, my thing is just we know where they are right now. If we come back tomorrow, we won't even have that. Like we can go in the other direction from them, maybe.
I have a torch on my bag. Few actually.
I believe I have previously used a directional light. Well, maybe not a directional light, but a small light. Yeah, not a bullseye, a small lantern. My mistake.
Yeah.
So I
feel
should
like
have that
maybe
on
we
me.
I can keep an eye out for any of the other rats, but I feel like maybe we should try to look as much as we can now when we know they're off in that direction.
Okay. Yeah, might as well.
Lawrence will pull out some torches.
I still have my light on. I'm gonna be paying very close attention for rats.
We'll hold
And
his sword.
also for any rats that are dying in our direction, you know? Like, if there's something that's not living that is killing them.
You do, like, you can hear more, like, screeching sounds coming from further down.
Okay. Okay, I mean,
I will very reluctantly finish climbing down the broken wall.
You guys are in the fort.
cool.
light some torches.
Yeah.
Ray will take a torch.
Try to find
I-
anything of interest, I guess.
All right.
Swiftly.
Which direction are you heading? The direction the rats came from?
I'm curious to see what crunched the rats.
Well, I mean, what crunched the rats is also where all the rats are, so I feel like we should go in the direction that the rats aren't. I would like to move in the direction of the lowest rat density, based on
Rats
my
were-
mind.
Well, again, 60 feet isn't that far, so...
Of course, yeah. Just
There
mean,
is only
based on that
so
and
there is
also
only
based
one
on-
within 60 feet of you. It's in the southeast, the direction that the rats came from.
okay. I'd like to go in that direction actually,
Okay.
because they went off to the northwest, right?
Yes.
Okay,
North
yeah,
northeast.
Northeast. Okay.
Yeah, they
I'd
like
to go to
followed the
south.
broken wall further down.
Okay.
All right, so you start to head southeast down towards the proverbial baseball diamond. and you get closer, and you can, again, you do have your mind light active, and you can tell that it is maybe 10 feet in front of you, and you you do have your torch lit, so you have a torch, right?
Several torches lit.
Okay, yeah.
Frey's carrying one.
Samar, you can see where there is this not incredibly large, but incredibly just round rat that you can see its back missing almost all of its skin, like it was just shaved off or torn off or something. And it is missing 3 of its legs and is just laying on its side flailing.
We shouldn't.
It's bearing its teeth, but most of its teeth are missing.
No, I thought we went away from the rats.
There was only one.
We went
down
away
this
from-
way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other 60 went off in the other direction, but
Okay.
does it seem like a I don't even know does it seem like a healthy, I mean, outside of the like missing limbs and the shaved back, but like, does it seem like a healthy rat? Is this like rabid, or is this like,
I mean, you gonna go up and examine it?
I mean, it can't move anyway, right? Yeah, I'll get to like within a couple feet of it, maybe.
All right, give me a intel.
It's a 9.
Besides the fact that like the skin on its back was completely like torn off, and the fact that 3 of its legs are missing, it seems, and it's missing most of its teeth, it seems technically healthy. Like it's not undead or anything.
Based on what I'm seeing from this rat, does it seem like a rat like this could have given it the wounds that it has? Or does it feel like there's something else here that's giving the wounds?
9 heal. It looks so like you can see there's some sort of like thick, sappy substance or something along parts of its back that are where it still has skin. It seems like when the bigger rat was moving, this thing got stuck on something and its back just got torn off, still stuck to the larger rat.
Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna... Jesus.
You rolled the intel.
No, I mean, that's fair. I'd like to take out my axe and kill this thing.
Thank you. As
Put it out of
it
its
kind
misery.
of skitters, it's like trying to like skitter up and it just cannot move. And you just, and it
Yeah.
mercy
Jesus.
kill.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Can
I'm
we
gonna...
roll for an execution attack?
No roll needed.
If I fail to hit this
No.
fucking 40-pound rat that with...
This is not 40 pounds.
one
This
leg.
is a regular sized rat. There was only one massive one
Okay,
that they were
okay,
all
good.
stuck to.
Good. I mean, I guess good. I don't know. Whatever. All right. I will turn back to the others, gagging, and be like, I think we should keep going.
Let's.
Wait, that's your take.
After you.
I mean, I guess I'll keep
Gosh,
leading
that's
the
a
way
mess.
because I can tell if something's within 60 feet.
The corridor has a turn and it keeps going straight at this point. Also,
Now-
there is this creaking sound as well that it's not quite creaking. It's like a cross between creaking and scraping that you all kind of can notice.
So like something is it like scraping against wood or scraping against stone?
It is give me an int notice. See if you're able to understand. It sounds like stone against stone, or like... Yeah. And it's coming from above, almost? Like, it's awkward to try and, like, specifically identify, but...
It could be some of the stonework of the keep rubbing against itself. Which doesn't sound like this has a very long time of standing.
Maybe, but I mean, like, wouldn't this thing have settled by now? I mean, if it's gonna... I would have to imagine something's doing something. I don't know.
How settled would you be if you had a 40-pound rat running around inside you?
I guess fair enough. Well, I mean, ideally we want to stay here as little time as possible.
Yeah.
As you guys continue, during, like, anytime you see any rubble or destruction or anything, you can see where other rats have died, either in it recently or older. Some are a little more than skeletons, others still have bits of skin and pieces to them still, but it looks like it's just a fairly common occurrence that rats just get caught on things and die.
Hey, I hate to ask this, but that first rat we ran into that was all injured, could you have technically healed it into a normal rat?
I could probably have healed it, but I think that it would probably have tried to kill us.
I don't
mean,
know one where. I mean, if it's just a rat, that's a rat. Then it probably would have run away.
I mean, if only from being scared of us, I feel like it could have attacked us. I don't know. I mean, maybe I could have, but I think
Not. Okay.
Yeah. I also couldn't have given it its legs back, so it's
okay. Yeah.
Mira's thing was a one-time thing because she's special. That's not.
Okay. So that's not a. So you don't have the power to like regrow or reattach a limb.
No, not for normal living things. I mean, maybe someday I'll learn it, but no, I do not have that.
How? Never mind. I'll ask you later. I'll ask you.
Okay. I guess we're gonna keep going for now.
So yeah, as I said, it does eventually turn to the point where there's a left turn and a straight.
I flip a coin. I just call out heads, straight, tails, left turn, and flip it. And if anyone else wants to do anything else after I say it, we can discuss then.
That works for me.
I think Frey is like clinging to Mira's arm, the torch in his head, just, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
Wait, actually, so the rat that we saw, the big rat, was following the broken wall. Does the broken wall, like, does the broken wall continue to here, or like, that's just behind us?
No, it was like you went southeast, the broken wall was northeast.
Okay, there's not like damage here or anything.
I mean, it's still decrepit and there's some stuff broken, like, you know.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's like, if it seems like the rats are following one direction more than the others, because I'd rather not go in the direction they're going. Okay.
No,
We're
like, you guys split off. Like,
way.
you guys came in here, the rats came from here, the rats went here, and then you guys went back here. Or the rat, I should say. I'm saying rats, there was only one that you saw.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, flip a coin then, I guess.
Can I
Roll.
physically roll for a coin flip?
Yeah, /R 1d2. You just gotta declare what's
Okay.
what. For the sake of understanding what's what.
One is straight.
So, yeah, 1 is straight, 2 is left.
Left it is.
So that I call out tails. Left.
All right, let's go.
All right, you turn left and you see something strange as you continue on. It's a thinner hallway, and there is something like the walls are almost smoothed out on the sides. Like there's an indentation going all the way down as you start moving.
So like the walls are smooth, but then there's
Like
it's
they're
an indentation,
indented,
like they're like concave, or there's like
yeah,
a
they're like
specific,
concave.
groove.
Yeah,
Okay.
like something
Does it-
has been pushing up against it and chiseling them out almost.
Oh, I really hate that. Okay.
And it's both walls that are doing this.
Yes, both sides.
The ceiling too.
Not so much the ceiling.
Okay.
This is also the first time you start to see holes in the wooden ceiling, where it looks like there's some wood that like has just either rotted out or fallen out or something, and you can see like you can't make out anything up there, but there's obviously something to the second floor.
Well, okay. If there's gaps up to the second floor, does my mind light give me anything? Like, is there anything living up there?
Not that you're getting immediately.
Okay. Good to know.
You do occasionally, for the sake of ease, I'm not going to describe every rat that you come across.
Yeah, of course, sure.
But there are occasionally rats.
Sure. I just want to know if I have a sense that the big one is back. Like, or like the 50 or 60 or whatever that, But yeah, one ops is fine.
All right, you continue down. There are a couple of doors on your left and right if you wanted to investigate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a door on the right.
I'd say there's one on the right and two on the left.
All right, we'll take the door on the right.
I'll take one of the ones on the left.
I will continue clinging to Mira.
All right. The first one on the left is jammed shut. Like,
Okay.
at first glance, you can't figure out what's going on. Then you realize the stonework of the walls has been pushed in such a way that there's no give for the door, and it's being jammed up shut because of the way the stones have been moved.
So, like, it doesn't seem like there's something blocking it from the other side. And it's like, outside of the stones, it doesn't seem like there's something barring it shut.
Not that you can tell. Just the stonework, like the massive stonework of the walls, has been moved on top
Sure.
of being grinded away.
Yeah. I'll point it out to Mira, like, in case she wants to punch it open, but we can maybe leave it for now. It's up to her.
Should we be making that much noise?
Good question. I have no idea.
I mean, if this is going to just be a quick look, then maybe nothing so invasive.
Yeah. Fair enough. I guess just make note of it for if we need to come back and look in it later.
All right.
Sure.
You Oh, I'm sorry, the door on the right. It does open as you swing it. Are you, like, just pushing to open it? Dave, I believe you were doing the one on the right? Garrett?
Yes.
All
Sorry.
So you just push to open it?
Yeah, I muted myself. Just push to open it and take a look around.
As you do, it falls off of whatever was left of a hinge and slams onto the ground. Loud sounds of skittering come from further down the hall,
Towards us or away.
and then shrieking.
Oh.
The shrieking of more rats, that is. Sorry.
Oh, rat shrieking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they coming from in front of us or behind?
Not from behind. They're coming from further in the heart of the keep.
So maybe it's time to go. Frey is already backing up.
Well, what's in the room when the door opens?
So in the room, you can see it looks like an old armory or something. There are a number of very old shields made of bronze, it seems. There are a couple of long spears that, at a glance, they look like they may be made of iron.
Whoa.
Which probably is the single thing that really dates how old this is, that there are things made of iron here that haven't been taken.
Yeah. I mean, I'll grab a spear.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know who has proficient spear efficiency, but I would definitely grab one and give it to someone who could use it. I can't.
I mean, I don't have
fill the free
proficiency.
hand. Let's grab shit.
All right. So that is a iron heavy spear. And that means that they are +1.
Oh, hell yeah.
As a
If only I
+1.
could use weapons.
You said it was just spears?
Those are the only things of iron that you know. There are a couple of other blades. It looks like a mostly ransacked armory for the most part.
Anything odd about the spears that looks like the reason they would have been taken, or are they just heavier?
It seems like it's mostly just the fact that they are bulkier and harder to deal with. But, again, speculation. You are, again, on... Like, how much time do you guys want to spend examining this, given
Not
the
a ton.
rats?
Quick peek.
All right, yeah. Other than that, like I said, the
How many
standout is there are 3 total. All look
Right, well.
to be made of quality iron. Like, when I say quality iron, even the handle is made of iron.
What the fuck?
Damn.
Well, Larry will definitely hold on to one on the way out.
Yeah, I think we should take all of them. We can sell them if nothing else.
I can hold stuff.
Larry
I
agrees
will
wholeheartedly.
say, while they're all checking out this room, Frey is still very much in the hallway, panicking about rats. So he'll be watching for when he can see them.
Oh yeah, I guess I would also stay in the hallway on watch to punch rats if I need to.
What's Larry's quick estimate for how much you could sell one of these spears for?
Oh boy. Give me a int trade. Quick estimate? Well, the spears would normally be worth probably no more than 15. Like, a normal spear of about this size would probably be no more than like 10 or 15 silver. Being that this is a very high quality one, being that it's made almost completely of iron, couple hundred silver each isn't out of the question.
Just casually while he's grabbing 100. No, 200 silver at least.
I can't believe we have a capitalist in our party.
An adventure capitalist.
Yeah, it's a heck of an adventure so far.
And after you then hear a louder screeching sound of one of the large rats seemingly like at something else, and then another one as if a couple of them are hissing at each other. And then the scraping sound of stone on stone gets louder, and you hear this bellowing.
I feel we've pressed our luck. Let's leave.
That
No, it's not,
unfortunately, there's only one person here who has heard before. Garrett, it's not going to be a
Yes.
high roll to remember this, but go ahead and give me
Tell
an
me it's a
int no.
troll. Don't tell me it's that troll again. There's no.
It is so much worse than a troll.
It's the Chirovore.
It is a fucking Chirovore.
What does that mean?
What's that?
Everyone shut up. Shh, quiet.
Now, Garrett, there are different kinds. The one you ran into before was an abyssal Chirovore. Not all of them are blind.
Oh, balls.
It all starts to, like, after you hear that, it all starts to make sense. The decrepit state of things, the grinding, the door being jammed shut.
The walls. Fuck. I knew there was something fucking getting me about that. God damn it.
The
Okay.
walls imply this thing is much larger than the one you guys ran into before.
Rap.
You would... Yeah, you rolled an 11. This is probably a nocturnal Chirovore. They have incredibly good vision in the dark.
Hey, fuck.
And it is moving.
But it's on the second floor, correct?
No. It's coming towards the sound of rats. And once the rats hear it, they begin running and screeching.
Which means it's just gonna come closer towards them.
And
All
they
right.
are coming in your direction, and Samar, your mind light is telling you 1 rat, 2 rat, 5 rat, 10 rat, 20, 40, 60, 100, still growing, coming in your direction.
All right,
From one
everybody, we gotta
direction
get out
or
of here.
From many directions.
From the heart of the fort.
Everybody
Okay.
out. Everybody out.
Okay.
We skedaddle? Attempt to?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%, yes.
Yeah, I think Frey was already like, once he heard the scream, he was already backing up down
Yeah,
the
Frey
hall.
was out the door and down the hall.
Hi guys.
Oh, he was never in the room. He was never in
Yeah.
the room. He was in the hallway the entire time.
Can I give someone that spear? For now, does someone have a free hand to take that spear?
Sure.
And the torch, mind.
Sure.
I think Larry's gonna, while we're like moving, try to prepare a poison bolt just in case. I don't think it's gonna help much, but girl,
All
got so
right.
much you can do.
One of the paralyzing ones.
They're all just
Great.
poison damage. It's all narrative justification.
Okay, fair enough. All right,
It's just
well,
lethal or non-lethal is the idea.
yeah.
Yeah, so Garrett, I would say, while your knowledge is a little limited, nocturnal Chirovores are probably the most... I'm not going to say dangerous, but the most physically imposing chirivores. But anyway. So yeah.
I really
The
wish we had
previous one
Strig
wasn't
now.
physically imposing.
What was that?
It's a really bad time to not have Strieg.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We're not fighting this thing. If we
Yeah.
can get out of here.
So
Yeah.
you guys begin running in this, like, there are rats that are like passing you. Like, there are some small rats that are still, you know, on their own that are passing you as you're like waiting at first, and then you realize they also seem to understand that when this thing awakens, get the fuck out. And you are running not unlike the rats, following in the same path, same speed, pretty much running full tilt, passing some, others, they seem to have no interest in you. A large one of those, this one may be 45 pounds, the size of like a Labrador retriever, running alongside you, seemingly as if you don't exist. More rats just stuck to it. Yeah, you guys are just running full tilt, huh?
Breakneck
Yep.
speed.
Yeah.
All right, you get back to, you can see the night sky out where the boulder destroyed the northwest wall, and you can see the rats, like, they are no longer turning and making it further. They are scattering into the night.
Yep.
Where are you guys going?
Out.
Out the hole, maybe back around towards the village or something.
Okay, so
Yeah.
pivoting back south.
Yeah.
You still
then-
have your torches and everything lit as you're running?
Yep.
Yeah, we need to see or
Yes.
else we'll fucking eat shit. Maybe then towards the woods.
Yeah. This thing's got great night vision. By the way, guys, I would tell everyone as we run. Probably a nocturnal chirivore. So this is their prime hunting time.
Lovely.
I'm
Um,
sure that means exactly 0 to Mira, but she'll look, you know, it's an intimidating name. She looks, intimidating.
Anyone
Concerned,
still
even.
spending the night in the fort?
I'll pass.
Nope.
I was really hoping you guys would quietly spend a night there.
I had that thought immediately when you mentioned there's gonna be a scary thing. It's just like, oh, close the door to the armory. I guess we're sleeping here.
Well, the door doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
That door fell in.
All right, so you guys go full tilt, and as you kind of turn back, like, if you look behind you at all, there is this, like, rumbling sound, and you see as you can hear the sounds of stones getting knocked away, moved, and then a little while later, there's this loud wailing crunch, like a whale that, like, and then nothing.
I guess that's what got the rat earlier with the crunch.
This was much louder and much more like the shattering of bones.
Okay.
Wait, is it still chasing us?
No, it seems to have stopped after grabbing one of those large rats.
Okay.
Do you want to go back and check it out?
We fucking
No.
don't.
Okay.
Oh,
We're gonna make
No.
a good way into the forest and hopefully camp safely.
Or which further south towards the village, or west towards the forest, or
I think north, right,
think
guys?
I think it's time to set up camp at this point.
north would pass you back beyond the like because you guys said you were heading back to the village after escaping.
Yeah.
so
Well, wasn't the keep to the west near the mountain?
the keep was north of the
Oh, are we
village.
still on the north side of the lake?
So, yeah, you're still on the north side of the lake.
That's my bad. Then probably west. Like we headed towards the village, then west
Okay.
towards the woods.
Yeah, so over this direction. You head out further into... It's not full woods. There's not enough coverage that you would be invisible. It is more of a scattering of trees. Some massive and overgrowing on, like, with these huge roots that grow over rocks and stones. Others considerably smaller and growing at odd angles. You are able to get a camp set up, not a problem. It is, again, evening-ish. It's overcast, but you've seen worse.
Yeah, definitely set up camp. I just hope that thing is trapped in the keep.
The whole wall was huge, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it definitely would not be trapped.
Okay, so it's not trapped in the keep.
No, Garrett, if it wanted to go through a wall, it could, no problem.
That's what I figured too.
This thing is massive.
So, I mean, are we even safe to set up camp here?
As long as it doesn't come out hunting, probably.
We'd probably take it a little further away than normal.
I mean, I think we need watches, and I assume any watch will notice this thing coming, so I guess we're safe in that respect.
I don't know if that's necessarily safe.
Yeah.
We'd probably get a good distance before setting up.
Yeah. You remember that bear thing you ran into over by Corval, Mira, the one that was asleep?
Yes.
Yeah, this is worse than those.
Umberquill.
All right. So, do you guys want to like scout out a place further, or?
I think just like whatever we happen upon, while the main priority is distance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lara will ask, so just how big of a thing are we talking about?
So these are, big. I'm pretty sure, based on the noise and how quick it was moving and how it was just shoving stuff aside, I'm pretty sure it's a nocturnal chirovore. I ran into a cousin of theirs, the abyssal chirovore, on the way to Alisir. Or was it on the way to Rakuri Town? It was on the way to Alisir.
Yeah, it was a job you guys were doing for the Beacon Knights.
Right. And we got into this cave. It was before Rakuri Town. Anyways, yeah, so we got into this cave, and there was this... It couldn't see very well, but it could hear. And it chased us around the cave. It was huge. It was just crushing right through boulders like they were nothing. Easily, like 2 people high? Person and a half tall?
Ooh, at least 2.
Yeah, at least 2 people tall. And wide too. Like a bullet in a china shop. It couldn't get out through the way that we came in, but it had a different way that it swum in and out from. Thing was huge, and the nocturnal chirovores are even bigger than them. I hope they're not as armored.
Between the two, what do you think would Which have you? For a creature that big, you think you would stand up against, say, a cannon?
Do you have a cannon?
I seem to have left it in my other pair of trousers, but
Yeah.
I was just curious.
I mean, if it got hit with a cannonball, it would probably hurt. I don't know if it would kill it, but it would definitely hurt it.
Horrifying.
Yeah, like I don't think a cannonball would bounce off of it. You know, if you dropped a cannonball on it, yeah, but if you shot a cannonball, I don't think that would bounce out. Skin's not that hard.
Hmm.
So you guys are continuing just west, trying to establish at least some level of safety, I assume.
Distance, yeah.
Is there anything specific you're looking for a camp, or is it just Garrett trying to establish like a place that he feels is safe?
More the latter. I mean, preferably, you know, somewhere that's not in a depression. But otherwise, yeah, pretty much just whatever we come across that looks like it would be decent and not horribly exposed.
Alright, Garrett, give me a wisdom survive. Alrighty, 8. You follow a couple of very large trees, and eventually you find where there's not quite a thicket, but like at least a few trees together, giving you a little bit more coverage. And it seems like about the best you're gonna get, at least all things considered. This is after maybe half an hour of continuing to travel west into the sides of the hills.
All right. So yeah, so then at that case, I would just say I think this is about as good as we're gonna get here. Might as well set up camp here, set watches, and just keep an eye out. Make sure it has really good night vision, so during the day it probably isn't gonna be an issue. It's probably sleeps during the day. So if we're quiet, we may be able to check out that keep more, but there's also a chance that the tomb is, you know, near the town versus in the town.
Right. Well, regardless of all that, those spears are a good find.
Yeah, definitely those will be good. I don't know how good any of us would be at using them per se, but at the very least, when we come back, I'm sure someone of Fortuna Soul would love to purchase those.
Well, I mean, as far as being good at them, spears are one of the simplest weapons. It's, you know, point, stab. Not complicated. But, yes, I suppose the question is if he wants to, lay claim to them as part of their cut.
Oh, no, you can hold on to them. At least I won't lay any claim to them.
Well, I figured whatever money we made off of those would go right back into the revitalization of Riverstone, seeing as how you are part owner on that.
Suppose I wouldn't mind. Though it's common courtesy asking if he wants to take a specific part of the, you know. But regardless, we can discuss that more should we find anything else during our trip here.
So with that, you guys are setting up camp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is close to sundown. Like, it's, 6-ish, maybe. 6:30. So, you'll have an extended break if you're not planning on doing anything for the night. Are you going to be setting up a fire?
Seems like maybe not, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we want
mean-
to try to.
We said good night vision, so it would see us regardless, but I guess the light wouldn't
I
make
guess
it
so.
more obvious.
But, you know, it
Right,
won't
might make it want to
get a better chance
investigate.
of drawing attention.
Is this like a thing where it can see at night but not in the light, or is it like?
But it
It
would
can
see
see
the
it,
light.
I mean, maybe. I'm just checking. Would we know if it's like?
Who here thinks
can
they
just
would
fire-
know anything more about Chirovores?
I am assuming not me.
Okay.
I mean, I've lived a period of my life in a cave.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an
Wouldn't
int
me?
no.
I feel like probably I wouldn't, but maybe.
You got no idea on specifics
Yeah,
for
fair enough.
it. Garrett, if you'd like to give me another int no.
Sure, I can roll an int no.
Is there an aquatic variant?
Yes. The
That was the abyssal.
That was the abyssal
one that we ran
Chirovore,
into,
yeah.
and then
Oh, that's funny.
he dropped in chat. Yeah.
Okay, I can't. Can I roll about the aquatic one for any relative information?
yeah, go ahead.
Or just no?
Int no. You got no idea. You've heard of them. They're much more coastal. Like,
And I
they generally
Do
live
better.
in caves and things like that. So, and then hunt from them. So, Garrett,
can I do better than the 8?
you can do better than the 8 if you'd like to reroll that. 8
I
will give
will,
you
because
some information,
Hell yeah.
but a 10 will give you a lot more. They can... I'm trying to figure out how best to describe this. So, their vision is worse in bright light. Like, the equivalent would probably be, like, walking around outside in, like, with, like, moonlight. Like, you can see shapes and things, but you're not getting detail. That's kind of how they are in bright light. Caveat... bright light like a fire, they can definitely see, and they're smart enough to associate fire with food.
Yeah. So we're not gonna want to do that. And
Gotcha.
they're, like I said, they're big. They're gonna be easily 2-3 people tall.
The Nocturnal Chirovore is probably like, I would say, maybe 40 plus feet long. It's
Yeah.
one of the largest animals, if you can call it an animal.
Yeah. I don't even know how did we evolve with those things living on this planet?
They might have had some arcane assistance.
Getting that large? God damn it. Freaking mages.
They might be slightly altered.
Mages. Don't tell me they were altered to
Mages, am
fight
I
the
right?
Umbrii.
Now they've been around a lot longer than the Umbra.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
But I digress.
yeah. So these things are huge. We don't want to. We want to do anything we can to avoid attracting it to us.
Like, they can't see super well in bright light. Like, if you were being attacked, bright light is a good idea. But also, bright light is still bright light, so... Think like night vision goggles. If you're looking around and you see a campfire, it's gonna be very obvious. But if you get right in their face with a campfire, it's really gonna suck.
Right. So I think that would be best. Maybe get some torches that we can quick light and shove at its face, but I would, or throw at its face, but I would not want to advertise ourselves by having a fire.
I have a couple questions. Do we know anything about how good their hearing is? These ones? The nocturnal ones?
Not, like, Chirivores in general have pretty good hearing. Like,
Okay.
obviously, the Abyssal Chirivore is almost completely blind.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, like, it's just a case of, they're all going to have at least above average hearing.
Sure. It's like a dog, but not Daredevil.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
they're not
cool.
going to,
Fair
if you blind it, it's going to, it's not...
Yeah, that checks out. A dog,
You
but
guys
not
know
quite
from the
Larry.
Abyssal Chirivore clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Well, two of you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The other thing is, so now that we've seen the fort and we know that that thing's in there, the damage in the village, do we still think that was just like weathering over time, or does it seem like that thing might have roamed through the village?
While it may have roamed through the village, there's still plenty of evidence that, perhaps it has roamed at some point and stepped on and crushed various planks and things, but a lot of that could still have been, like, it is perfectly plausible that a village that is hundreds of years old that was abandoned, fell into disrepair, and got destroyed.
Sure. I'm mostly trying to figure out
Whether
if
or not it's
maybe,
hunting out there.
Well, yeah, and like specifically to figure out if somebody locked whatever that other thing was down there to protect it from this thing because they couldn't take it somewhere else, but they knew this thing was hunting or something like that, so.
That is a lot of leaps to conclude to.
Of course.
That you really don't have the evidence for without further investigation.
I was just trying. Yeah, I was just trying to base on if it seemed like that thing had been out there, then maybe that would make sense. But yeah, if it seems like it's already been damaged, then that's maybe less likely. So fair enough.
So yeah,
Cool.
Anything else you guys are doing for the evening?
Keeping watch.
Miri, give me a wisdom notice.
Lawrence will recommend to Frey to try his weird magic again. He wouldn't say weird magic, but William would. And since apparently it's a once a day kind of thing, might as well use it
yeah.
before the end of the day.
That's true.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Objectively won't hurt us. Unless it does, please say so if that's the case.
I can't see how it would.
Well,
Um,
Dino didn't really think of your magic as the hurting kind, at least not in that way, casually, until last night.
that was different.
Lawrence raises an eyebrow.
It is. I've had difficulties when it comes to spirits, the dead, and someone once showed me that an option is to bring yourself closer to it, to them.
I don't know if that was meant to put the concerns at ease, but it did the opposite.
What your concern? Are you concerned about me?
Well-being wise, yes. Mental well-being wise, also yes.
I suppose you could say that I was a bit distraught last night.
That is fair. Fair way to be when you have a comrade suddenly go missing.
I think we'll walk out there into the water. I don't know what. I don't know how many. Maybe that's what happened to all the drowned in this area. I think maybe that's what happened to the spirit I did see last night.
Lawrence is quietly listening.
And I wonder if what's to stop it from happening to us?
Sticking close to each other, for one. If anyone starts wandering off on their own, we stop them.
Yes, I think I can get behind that. I still hope that Streak is alive somehow, but I feel it's unlikely.
It's important to keep hope alive in these times.
I suppose. And where was it that you learned much about Hope, Mr. Beckett? Was it on board your pirate ship?
I lived through the Black Sun. Hope and despair are things I'm well acquainted with.
I suppose in a way I'm lucky. I was too young during Black Sun to really remember it. Just everything that came after.
I was 13. The memories are vivid, to say the least. As
Sorry,
I'm sure
Scott.
they are for Mr. Viacourt. What have you, Dr. Samar? How old are you?
How old was I? Good question. I was about 12. I remember it plenty well myself. It was a dark time.
Quite literally.
Yeah, no kidding. I lost my whole family right as it started. And yeah, I was sort of stuck with people who I didn't know very well, and most of whom I couldn't really trust. So, you know, it was tough.
Last time I saw my mother was right before. My father died right after. He'll look to to Garrett to keep the the sad story train going. Dave?
Sorry, I muted myself. The year of the Black Sun was rough, but my family weathered it well. We didn't lose anyone, but we saw plenty of friends who did.
Are you from Artiviste?
I'm from Eindard, a little muddy town over by the border with I literally said the name earlier, now I can't remember it. Anyways, I'm over by the Almatyr, over in the Almatyr Valley.
Can someone point this out to me? Because I feel like I'm blind or dumb. Oh, I seen it. Almatyr.
That little black dot there that I put the blue mark next. to.
Redwater.
Did William understand? Garrett's wife lives in Artiviste, right?
No, my wife's from Artiviste.
Okay, so that is where like that's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not from there.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, understood. Well, Lawrence will nod.
So I did, I did fight the Umbra in it, and afterwards the bandits and the cleanup. So I saw some of the worst of it firsthand, but I'm lucky enough to say that I still have my family. So I am sorry for your losses there, both of you.
It's quite all right. Something I've come to terms with long ago. Though I did actually try to find out what my mother's fate was not too long ago. It was inconclusive.
You don't know?
Like I said, the last I saw her was before the Black Sun. Never saw her again.
What was her name? Or what is her name?
Half of this is Lawrence pausing. Half is William looking at his notes. Robert, I found a something that was just for us in the backstory, and I could not help but laugh.
Yeah, I know what it is too. Anyway.
Mary. We called her Mary. I mean, I called her mother, of course, but... But, Mr. Farrell, as far as hope goes, I do feel like it is an important thing to hold on to. And I mean that. In my mind, during every endeavor I undertake, I'm always thinking of what I'll be doing next, and what I wish to be doing far later. There are ventures that I've had in mind for years that I say that I simply cannot wait to pursue.
And what are these dream ventures of yours?
He laughs a little bit. Well, I won't tell you any of the serious ones because they're honestly not too interesting. But do you want to hear a dumb one?
My favorite kind.
Please.
There's a story you'll hear passed around, and sometimes the bars in Alasir, sometimes, seedier ones, elsewhere. People talking of things that couldn't exist. But if they did, well, wouldn't that be nice? He shakes his head for a moment before asking, need to make sure I find the right section for this. You ever heard of... Make sure I have this right. Have you ever heard of the Terminus?
Have I ever heard of the term?
Give me an int no.
So good at no.
More like int
Five.
no, you haven't. Also, it's really funny. Do you remember when you guys were suggesting Frey do the thing? I rolled the thing for that 12 minutes ago.
And we'll get to it. Assuming
Yeah,
I know. I just
My head.
wanted to. I just had to point that out. It was funny. Anyway,
Is this
yeah.
only Frey might know, or can I roll too?
Yeah, give me an int no.
Hell yeah.
I would also take one from Mira.
Sure.
Huh. Hey, Robert. Huh.
Mira has not. Samar.
Yes.
It is a really, really, really stupid story that you've heard too many times from people in Alasir.
Okay.
Essentially, the idea is that there is a place where all the valuables ever lost in the Ophirian have ended up. Every
so
ship
like-
that's sunk, every...
So like when I wash my socks and I'm missing.
Yeah,
one
I was
every
literally
time.
about to say, this is like the sock dimension, basically.
every ship that has sunk, every chest of coin that has been knocked overboard, every iron blade that has been knocked off someone's hands, they have all, like, these people talk about it, like, with this weird amount of reverence about this thing called the Ophirian Terminus.
Right. I mean, I guess it makes some sense. I mean, it doesn't, but it does maybe.
And it's this, like, coming at it from a more logical perspective, it's something that, like, a lot of presumed sailors and, you know, more of the privateer and pirate side, but it makes sense that they would have these inane stories to give themselves hope.
Yeah. But I mean, also, like, I can imagine that there was, like the idea that there is some, what's the word, like, local minima or like global minima where all of the currents lead to, like, this one place or whatever is, like, I can understand the logic, I guess. Anyway, I think I would like, Samar would look at Lawrence and just kind of, like, roll their eyes and like smirk and laugh a little bit and, like,
There's
nod.
a big dumb smile on his face as he's
Yeah.
waiting on the response.
And Frey just kind of, sees that look on both their faces and like clearly have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, well, I wouldn't mind telling you. The
Confused,
Ophirian
blinking.
Terminus. The end of the line. The end of the ocean. Where all good things come to a rest that have been lost to us. Every single ship sunk. Every thing lost. It all resides there. Waiting for those brave few who might venture to find it.
It's a treasure hunt.
In the most literal sense, yes. Yes, it is. It's
That seems-
silly and surely doesn't exist, but the idea that finding yourself in that place with all of that loot, those goods, taking your pick, finest amongst them, it eases my heart.
Well, certainly seems a charming tale, one that I imagine must be quite popular among the sailors. Probably why I haven't heard it before.
It's mostly where you'll hear it.
What is it that you want to do with all that money?
Retire, of course.
Seems like a lot of work to retire.
Certainly, but isn't finding a legend a reward in its own right? Going down in history as being the one who founded that legend.
Sure.
I think it's even more valuable to become friends with the one who goes down in history, finding that legend.
Well, if you meet that person and make that friend, you introduce me to them.
Or I could rely on you fulfilling that dream. Sharing all the glory, none of the responsibility or the effort.
It's a nice thought. Truly.
That would be a pleasant retirement. So, if I'm honest, the idea of going to a place of sunken ship sounds a bit dreadful, too.
Well, they say most things that are worth doing are not easy. I've
Sounds
mentioned
like
that
something
I've-
from a storybook.
Storybook or a drunken sailor's lips, they're honestly pretty similar. I've mentioned I've been on a few treasure hunts, haven't I?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
3?
And how I've certainly been taking a few, licks here and there on those treasure hunts. This goes to show you.
Well, you haven't found their retirement yet.
No, and it's doubtful that I will. I try to keep my current ventures grounded as much as possible.
And yet here we are chasing a magic book.
On good authority, mind, but yes. Yes, we are.
Well, I suppose before we lose whatever little light we have, we should see about finding it. If you'll excuse me a moment. And yeah, Frey will go and do his little find object ritual by moonlight.
All right. I mean, it's still like it's still overcast and there's like something
Okay.
resembling. You guys probably don't have a sun, but like there is still light in the sky beyond the clouds. So
Okay, so it's not like night.
no, it's
Okay, cool.
7 o'clock.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna make that secret wisdom magic check.
Let's see it.
Let's see. Blind PM roll, wisdom. There you go.
All right. You focus and begin working on your hunt. Begin with your ritual, spend a little while on it, and you focus, and eventually it pulls you almost due north.
Okay. I think Frey stands there, card in hand, looking in that direction. And he will glance back over at the others. Well, if it's worth anything at all, My senses tell me, or whatever this is tells me, that's way, and he gestures to the north.
Well, couldn't hurt to spend an hour taking a look that way tomorrow before we continue our circumnavigation.
Yes, who knows? Maybe there'll be something. Theoretically, there's a burial ground here. It would hopefully be near the village.
Unless it was by chance carved into the mountain.
That is true. I had that possibility.
So-
But yeah, Frey will sit back down with the others.
Is there anything else you guys want to do for the evening, or is it camp till morning?
Camp till morning and hope we don't get eaten by a Kyrovore.
All right. What are the watches going to be? Mira already rolled a 6 for the watch, so she will of course be up all night.
Same orders before.
To get lucky.
Larry is last.
All right. Rolls
Yeah,
otherwise,
great.
please.
What
I'll
mark
go.
is this again?
Wisdom notice.
Fail poop.
So, given the extended time, even with you guys taking watches, you're going to get 8 or 9 hours of sleep each because you're, you know, resting for close to pretty much 12 hours. So,
We take those.
I think Frey falls asleep on his watch.
oh,
Frey
he
gets lunch watch.
dozes and he finally like wakes up. He's like, "Shit, I gotta wake somebody up." No idea what time it is.
We are just staring at him.
Oh,
I just fear it will wake up whoever is next.
oh.
Of course.
God.
I don't know what order we're going in, but I'll
Yeah, and then Lawrence last.
Here we go. Bam!
nice.
Wham, bam,
Oh, yeah.
thank you, ma'am.
Most of your fear and attention is drawn to the east, where that fort, that horrifying fort with that massive hulking Kyrovore sits. But thankfully,
Can I actually do something during that rest?
sure.
Is there any like Lawrence can get up during like second, third watch or something? Would that be feasible, or is there?
Sure.
Okay, I think he'd ask if you know, keep a listen for him while he goes to use the restroom or something like that.
Sure.
Classically, hey Robert.
Yep.
I guess I'll use the other thing because you want me to use the server one.
You're the one who specifically said it's always
Listen,
you've always
shut
been a
up, shut
proponent
up.
of server-side player private
Policy,
chats. 'cause it
policy.
makes-
There you go.
Yeah, I figured.
It comes back after a few minutes, goes back to bed. He took
Sounds
the
like
ration.
Kyrovore.
He's the Carvor now, actually. He got killed or got replaced.
Where Kyrovore?
He's feeding Strieg, who he has bound up somewhere
He's-
behind a tree.
He's the, it's really weird. A Wallace Kyrovore. Who even knew that was a subspecies?
That's a weird variant.
Ugh, the first one that can talk. Anyway, so yes, otherwise, besides Lawrence getting up and heading off to definitely just, you know, take a midnight pee, and nothing else happened.
Nothing else, surely.
He had to roll a luck save to make sure the Kyrovore didn't hear him, that's all.
Yeah. He goes to poison his second party.
Like, forget this, I'm out.
It is another quiet night. It goes by, thankfully, without any issue, bringing you guys to another morning. And for the first time in what feels like ever, the sun is not only out, but genuinely shining, and it feels brighter. There's more color. It's so much less imposing than it has felt since the river.
Is
this
this
be
just
a good
because
omen?
it's spring?
Could be.
Could be.
Okay.
I know how you feel.
Ugh, but it is, in fact, a new day. So,
Yes, it is.
yes, it is.
So once everyone else is good and ready, Lawrence will say, "Why don't we take a look at that mountainside before we keep going?"
Oh, it's a new day if Frey wants to do the thing again.
Honestly, not awful. Get some confirmation.
Audit
Actually,
his,
yeah, fair
audit
enough.
his work.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of smart to do it twice in the same place so that you can just be like, is this doing anything?
Audit.
Unless it's right one time but wrong the next. Okay. Yeah, okay, Frey will do it again then.
All right, I will do a
After
hidden
breakfast.
roll, and then you will do a hidden roll, and we'll see what happens.
Alright.
God.
It is funny for Lawrence to be like, yeah, we could spend an hour going in that direction, and for us to be like, well, how about we spend an hour doing the thing again, and then we'll know if we need to go in that direction. It's like,
It doesn't take an hour, does it?
I don't know. I have no idea, actually.
I assume it's like a couple minutes.
Nope, I spent a scene
A
performing a
scene,
ritual.
so, you know, it's a little while.
Yeah.
Probably not an hour, I guess, but...
You
However long
focus,
it
Frey, and it pulls you a little south of Due West.
Well, this morning, it's telling me in that direction. I think maybe stop listening to me.
Well, let's take a quick gander north before we get back on our path.
All right.
Robert, do you want
would-
anything for us to look up this way? You want any rolls or anything?
Okay, so you are looking for anything north that might
Two-ish,
be weird?
bookish,
What's that?
building-ish,
Tombish? What-ish?
bookish, building-ish,
Um,
magic-y, anything like
I
that.
don't think, like, if you're just looking for buildings and things, I feel like those would stick out. Like,
You
I
know,
mean, if someone is
inexplicable
specifically looking
stairs.
for, like, any sign of humanity, essentially,
yeah.
civilization, if you will, whoever's leading the hunt. Are you guys all sticking together, or, like, some of you checking out each of Frey's leads? Like, what's going on here exactly?
I think we're all heading north before heading south, along the coast again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you consider this just south of Due West from us?
No, I would say, like when I said that, I was like, if I had to say, I would say like 5 degrees south of Due West.
Okay.
So nearly at the mountain either way.
Sure.
God, it would be funny if they've just had it the whole time.
I know.
But hey, you also have to remember it's got a limited range.
Except apparently Frey
Yeah.
doesn't know that.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Frey's starting to get an idea.
No, because he's never successfully found anything.
Oh, yeah, didn't we?
Not that he knows. All right, so, you guys head north. Garrett, do you want to do your wayfinding, see for any more specific signs of civilization specifically, or?
Sure. I can certainly give that a go.
If anyone else would like to do any hunting for any specific civilization signs to the north, until you guys start reaching the higher mountains, I will take sell me on a skill.
Just notice, I guess. I mean, I don't got
Yeah,
anything special here.
notice, sure.
Before we do anything else, could we get a quick break?
Yeah, no problem. We will go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break.
She's not here
Righto.
anymore, Robert. You can let's find the tomb now.
Damn.
All right, so you guys head north for about 2 hours in the Rocky Mountains.
Who do y'all think the Goon Squad is? Is that like the
We're focusing. We're
is that-
focusing and ignoring Alex because she's supposed to be sick and going to bed, and not calling people the Goon Squad.
It's the cast of Jennifer Egan's Pulitzer Prize-winning book, A Visit from the Goon Squad.
that one over my head.
Way over my head. I thought it would have been funny if you then like said like a Game of Thrones or something. Or like pick like something off the fucking wall. I don't know. I don't know kids books or like a fucking monster book or something. Like Where the Wild
Potter.
Things Are. I don't know what's that about. Oh, Where the Sidewalk Ends. That's the obvious answer to the Goon Squad joke.
Okay.
Anyway. Because it's just a collection of poetry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so, despite being down Amira, we will continue. So, you guys head north for an hour and then another, and there is no sign of civilization out here at all. The mountains are getting more and more treacherous, and it gets slower and slower. It gets to the point where you are having to essentially, like, scale down sheer cliffs if you want to keep going. It's especially rough for poor Henrietta, who does not have the opposable thumbs to do so if you were to keep going.
I think we can turn and head the other way. Maybe take a look in the second direction it pointed and then move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's.
You continue back in the direction of your camp, another couple of hours back, and then eventually making your way just south of west. And as you do, you once again keeping your eyes peeled. Is there, again, nothing specific you're looking for, or just signs of civilization?
Yep, just that.
Civilization, buildings,
Rills.
it's like weird holes in the ground. You know,
Pyrovores.
Alex's.
Books.
There is something resembling civilization this way, which is more than you could say before. Paths leading... Again, it's a abandoned, mostly destroyed farmhouse here. Like, you can see down on the banks that there are still the occasional destroyed boathouse, fishing house, that sort of thing. But beyond that, it is... Eventually, you... Garrett, leading the charge, you find a old footpath that is mostly just gravel and packed dirt, but occasional, like, it takes a minute to find because of the just amount of half-dead, still somehow surviving weeds and grass that's growing through the rubble.
Weeds and grass. Alright. I would definitely call out to let them know I found a trail if I'm ahead of everyone, but if everyone's closer, I'll just kind of wave them over and point at it. Be like, hey, found a trail here. I think this may lead to either more another house or something, or maybe a tomb.
Wishful
I think we
thinking.
should check this out. Or death. Or death. Maybe it leads to death.
Negative
mean,
thinking.
If it's
I
leading
guess.
to a tomb, then it absolutely will. So,
Well, leading to death either way.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for us, there's other options than tombs and death. But we'll have to find that out and as we check it out.
Yeah.
I
So
think as we're walking past the farmhouse, Lawrence will a comment. Kind of reminds me of home in a grim sort of way.
where's home again?
You mean for me?
Yeah.
I own a little property just north of Ceres. Little homestead. Been around since our little farmstead since it's been around before the Black Sun.
Okay.
Yeah, got it. It was being foreclosed on because the old residents couldn't pay the mortgage. I think it was. It's either mortgage or rent, Robert. I don't remember. Couldn't pay that anymore, and yeah.
Oh.
Nice couple, the Manicers, honestly.
Yeah.
You see it often.
I make it a point every time I go through. Usually I'll actually have a meal with them. I realized I left out a detail there. They were the ones who got foreclosed on, but I let them keep living there after I bought it up. You know, nice to have some people keeping an eye on things. Plus, I mean, couldn't exactly take it away from them. They're pretty old, and you know they deserve to die in the place they lived. At least I think so.
That's very kind of you.
It's a mutual thing, I assure you. But it's a nice place. Genuinely renovated their old barn. Apparently, Mr. Banneker used to ride horses back before they all died in the Black Sun. But but it had been unused for a few years, so easy to just renovate it into a storehouse / house for myself. It's where I keep some of the prizes that I end up showing to Mr. Garvin.
Where did you say it was?
Just north of Ceres,
Where is Ceres?
along the coast. It's the capital of Gratialis.
Gratialis, yeah.
Oh, there. Okay, there it is.
What have you, Mr. Farak? Have you a home?
Precisely. I have a great many contacts, a great many patrons back in Alasir, and I would offer them my services in exchange for some time under their roofs, guest rooms, and guest houses and the like.
Are you enjoying the roof offered to you by the Fortune's Court at the moment?
Well, seeing how I am down a 10, not particularly. I very much miss having a soft bed to sleep in, a bath. I miss that desperately.
It's really a wonderful thing to have.
Oh, it is. But no, I never really had a permanent place to call my own. Always on the move. Always looking to the next client, the next opportunity.
It's not even a childhood home then?
What was the question?
Not even a childhood home that you remember?
I'm afraid not. I never knew who my parents were. My earliest memories were on the streets, and then I suppose you could say I fell into the work that I do now.
Fell, huh?
I was. I met someone who took an interest in many young people who were in my situation. She taught me some skills, and then I was able to. Well, then I was able to prove how good I was in certain circles of society, and well, she helped me get some of my earliest connections there, and it just grew from there.
Sounds like our respective falls were a tad different. What about you, Dr. Samar? Have you a home to speak? Or are you
Well,
also a storied room borrower?
no, I'm from Alasir and I live in Alasir. I spent many years in Artavista, but yeah, Alasir is his home.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So you have a home there?
Yes, an apartment.
Fair.
It's not much, but make the ends meet.
Having somewhere to return to is I think it does a mind good.
Yes, I agree. It's nice to have some things be constant when so much seldom is.
You say that, but wouldn't you get bored after a while?
With
I keep things pretty interesting.
ventures like these, how could you?
Yeah. I
that's-
surround myself with interesting people, and I talk to gang members day in and day out, so my life is fairly interesting. That's why I like gossip. I get to live through other people instead of myself.
I'm afraid you're
When you-
becoming the gossip now. What was that, Mr. Viacourt?
I was just gonna say, when you're find somewhere, even if it is boring, you don't always mind it being boring.
Boring can be nice. Again, especially with ventures so exciting as these.
Yeah, I could go for some good boring after all this.
What was that word? Boring. Gotcha.
Sorry, you caught me mid cracker. A boring with a B.
I wish I was allowed to eat during a session. Fuck you guys.
I ate earlier during the session. Yes, I honestly can agree. If this situation is resolved as I'm hoping it will be, then some time back home would be wonderful.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I get bored, I do, go down to a fancy hotel, find somebody who's staying in a nice room, and give them a reason to let me stay for the night. They do a little hair flip.
Is that right?
There's ways to keep yourself interested and life exciting without having to, not have a roof over your head.
Most of my free time is spent planning my next ventures. I can't say I've ever had the need to seek something like that out.
You should try it sometime.
I had my fill of that back on my time on the account.
Can't believe you'd rather go after a boring treasure buried at the bottom of the ocean than find your enjoyment elsewhere, shall we
Come.
say. But
Come now, my ventures are far more grounded than that most of the time.
We're allowed our wild dreams.
Truly.
But I would like to point out that, at least before I ended up falling in with you all, I did always have a roof over my head, it just never my own.
well, I mean, I guess when your ability to convince people is as reliable as yours is, maybe there's no difference between having your own place and using other people's.
Oh, there's definitely a difference. I've been in plenty of other people's houses. It gets difficult, you know. I mean, okay, sure, they're all big houses. Everyone's mostly there for the party for the night. They have, you know, their footmen and whatever directing you to where the bathrooms are, but it's like, do I turn left? Even if you've been there several times, it gets to the point where it's like, do I turn left here, or is it a right, or where? How do I get back to the buffet again? Versus when you're in your own house, you just
When you know your buffet is.
Garrett, I love you, but none of these problems are relatable.
Like the man is speaking another language.
Garrett, I don't think any of us are relating to the problem of the people whose houses I stay at are so big. It's like I'm getting lost in a maze.
Well,
Even Henrietta's
I
laughing.
do stay in large houses, but I can't say I've ever got particularly lost in them.
But could you find the buffet is the question.
Of course. But
Yeah.
Garrett, aren't you the wayfinder?
I was trained how to find north by looking for, you know, moss on the side of a tree. There's not a lot of moss.
Simply, you just need to look for the gold plated side of the furniture for the northern direction.
Well, depending on where you are, the whole thing's gold plated. My cousin there, she throws some crazy ball.
Oh, then the iron cabochons, maybe. Those ought to show you the right direction.
Fair. That's usually the direction they want people to pay attention to.
Well, it has been an amusing conversation, but I believe we should continue down the path.
Right. And you guys continue to follow the vaguely defined path. And Garrett, you notice, like, it's becoming less and less of one, even just following it up. And eventually it just kind of terminates and disappears, and the only thing in front of you is, like, you're almost on the side of a mountain, like a solid 25-30 degrees, and there's a very large old tree growing up, and it's maybe 200 feet ahead of you.
Well, I definitely would want to go take a look at that tree. If that's where everything's leading to.
Is it a big, is it a big tree as in, like, wide or is it just tall?
Wide. You can see, like, even from a couple hundred feet away, you can see that it has very thick and very numerous roots growing all out and into the sides of the mountain. Or at least
Is
into the
Mr.
dirt
Dwight-
above it.
Do I see any signs of possible former headstones or anything? Like, could this be the town?
Around you?
Graveyard?
No.
No.
Is Mr. Viacord examining a tree right now?
Are you heading up to it, Garrett, or?
Yeah, I'll go take a look at the tree. If this is where the path is leading, it's a big tree. How do we know that this is? You know, maybe the tomb is in underneath the
I do tree
Giant.
burials.
tree.
Give me an int notice.
It's a minor Erd tree.
I want to boo you, William, but I'm not going to because I'm busy focusing. Garrett, you can certainly do better if you would like.
Yeah. What the heck? Let's try it.
The tree is alive.
No, I can't do
no,
better.
you can't do better.
Wow.
The roots are numerous, and there is certainly, like, this tree, even among many of the others, is more bulky, more sturdy than you would expect. But
It doesn't
It's-
look fleshy, does it? It's
No?
not another one of those evil flesh trees that we ran into.
How evil does this tree seem?
Can I
Skyline
get
Stone?
close to it and see if my mind light tells me that it's a flesh tree?
Can I check its blood type
Pain.
and pulse?
Blood type is pain.
all
No, I just.
right, you are
into that-
mind lighting as you head close, running up while Garrett is examining. I need to read mind light really quick.
I don't like when he does that, guys.
I hate it when the GM reads the mechanics.
It scares me for the implications.
It's living mind, so I'm assuming a regular tree wouldn't trigger it, but
Or is it the thought
Something
tree?
you do not know the species of is below the tree.
I will look at Garrett and say there's something below the tree. I don't know what it is, but it's living.
Actually, there are two.
There's two. Can I check around the base of the tree and see if there's like an opening of any kind, or does it seem like it's
As you
like I
kind
would
of
have to
get
dig
real
up?
close, you can see that, like, in between these massive overgrown roots, there is a small mouth of a cave that you may be able to fit through by, like, crawling.
It's either Samar or Frey, size-wise.
Well,
Badgers?
I will point it out.
Dr. Samar, how does your ability work exactly?
Actually,
well,
wait, this is
huge
important.
attack.
This is important. Samar, I need an int no to actually see if you would recognize the species or not. I forgot that you are a...
Oh hell yeah!
Okay,
Pretty
well,
big.
never mind. You would know them then. You would recognize them as per your mind light.
Okay.
It is a Grylox, which
Grylox?
is this. It is an altered kind of humanoid lizard crossed thing. They are very territorial and poisonous. They
Okay.
can stand anywhere from 3.5, 4 feet to 6.
Huh.
They generally live in very
Okay.
damp caves and things. Yeah, there's some sort of altered creation. No one knows what they started as or anything, but yeah.
Sorry, and who was making fun of me for wanting to look into the tree?
Is it is this like a thing that are these creatures that would just be somewhere, or like does this indicate that there was, I don't know, like magical tampering here, that this might
They
indicate that
could.
there
So a lot of altered, like they were created at some point, introduced to the ecosystem, and the advantages of being magically enhanced generally mean they kind of dominate it. So, you know, things like, you know, chimeras and shit like that, like they're not natural, but they're strong enough that they can kind of dominate and proliferate and exist.
Okay.
So it certainly could be natural here. Like,
are they like intelligent? Like, could I communicate with them?
You rolled a 13. Maybe? Like, it would have to be very basic. Like, they would have the same type of intelligence as, like, a goblin or something like that.
Okay. Which I'm familiar with. Samara's not, but I am.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would like to crouch by the mouth of this cave and just yell down, "Is there a book down there?"
At that, you hear skittering and the slapping of, like, skittering, scratching, and then, like, the slapping of, like, webbed feet on stone, and then they are somewhere well over 60 feet away.
Okay. Well, what's that?
Not a cave.
Wait, what
They ran
what was
away.
that?
Those were Grylocks. They're like,
We didn't even see them or anything, right? This is all just happening in your head.
yeah.
Didn't
I
you
know what they
yell?
are in my head. I did yell out loud, but
What? Rylux?
Grylocks. They're lizard people things, basically.
And specifically, it is their
things.
mouth that is very poisonous. Like, if you get bit by them, not only can they, like, tear off an arm, like, they bite and hold on, not unlike an alligator, but the poison, like... So I'm gonna leave it to you on how you want to describe it, but, the poison makes you lose half your max HP.
Man, that must suck if you're susceptible to that kind of thing.
It's actually funny though, because as somebody with 9 HP, that's actually quite a weak attack for me specifically. But
Hopefully that bite doesn't do more than 5 damage then.
I know. Yeah, they're lizard people things. They're not super smart, but they're not, you know, they know a little bit, I guess, and they're very poisonous. Sorry, Alex will kill me. They're very venomous.
No, let her kill you. That's her
What you're saying
punishment
is
for being
we-
sick at the end of a session.
So what you're saying is we
She's
probably
gonna kill
should
you.
avoid
I'm gonna
them.
pike through Robert. We're gonna go lose like half our people.
Maybe we should avoid them. They are magical. That could be a coincidence, but you know,
What, how
And we're-
you said venomous in what way exactly?
if they bite you, they hurt a lot. You can lose limbs. You can, you know, it can be fatal.
And that's why we were calling down to them?
Well, they're not incapable of communication, so
They would not
They're
be able to
territorial.
understand language, really.
well,
so,
okay.
like,
Yeah, they're
again, like goblins.
I mean, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that I communicated with that goblin by pretty lighting a picture of a box or whatever. Fair enough. Okay. Well,
and by force controlling his mind to do what you tell him to.
well, I mean that was to make him be on our side. That was not to make him do the thing out of whatever. It's fine.
Lawrence is looking through like his pouch, the one that he used when making those poisons the other day. I might have something. I might have something for that. Best not risk it though.
Wait, for For what exactly?
I usually keep an assortment of things to prevent or cure poisons or venoms.
Well, hopefully we
better
won't be
not to
needing
risk.
that.
Well, if I was a lizard person and I didn't want to come out, I would probably make my way either deeper into the back and either circle back around if I'm territorial, or I'd just run and hide, hope that
Yeah, I mean-
whatever it was can't get in.
Given that they're far away enough that I can't feel them anymore, I have to assume this is like a cave system of some kind, maybe, or I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but it's like big enough that I'm not surprised that they booked it. But
With the knowledge check from before, does Samar just know if they live in caves?
And yeah, any place that's damp and watery that has sufficient food capabilities.
Now, I don't think Samar knows that Frey can do this, but hypothetically, we can maybe make a little seeing rock and throw it down there if we wanted to check out the place some more. But
I was thinking about that.
okay, cool. Yeah.
If it certainly looks constructed versus just caves, it could be some kind of tomb room.
Related to our tomb, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this like path leads here still makes me think there might be something here. But
Well, maybe we can take another look around to see if there's anything else that indicates there might be something more interesting for us to, look through for, or for us to look into this further.
Well, Frey is going to start looking around for a good sized stone that he can use for this.
All right. You again, you're on a rocky cliffside. It does not take long to find a nice sized stone.
Okay.
Oh.
If you just give me a little bit, I can take a look down there. And yeah, Frey is going to cast Elemental Spy to turn this stone into a seeing stone.
Lawrence asks the others if Frey often collects rocks.
not that I've seen, but
Frey can use them to look through the rock. It's like if you okay, it's kind of like looking through like a telescope.
All I need to hear is that it was magic.
Yeah.
Mira then chimes in, yes, it is a very useful ability that has helped us numerous times. I wanted to do at least one, Mira. Sorry.
Numerous.
Of course, the trick is getting it down there. You can just toss it, but I don't plan to crawl in after it.
Well, the magic fades from it eventually, and it just comes back to being just a regular rock. So I don't think we need to get it back, do we?
Oh no, I was just thinking more of
how do we get the best vantage point?
Could you tie it from a rope, maybe?
exactly.
Swing it around.
That's a possibility. Here, and he'll just hand you the rock, Lawrence.
I'm holding a magic rock now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
It
good
doesn't look like
size.
much.
Lawrence stares at it to see if he can discern how magic it is with his naked eye.
It looks like a rock. Then again, the wind feels like the wind.
What does that mean?
That's a reference to your backstory.
What?
One day, William.
It's from the part you added in the section.
You added that.
What?
No, you did. No, you.
Anyway, we're getting distracted.
Whatever. Anyway. Right. Lawrence will, I don't know, ask for rope from Garrett and tie it up and, I don't know, hand it to Samar to, push down.
Yeah, I'll
Cool.
absolutely hand over some rope.
All right.
All right. I'll get down there as hard as I can.
It is
Or as far as I
very
can.
awkward. Like, you are, like, it is full-on claustrophobic man-trapped in cave type thing.
Great. I don't want to like climb down there too far. I'm just trying to, just enough to like get it in there.
All right. You kind of like, because like it's at like I'd say a 30-degree angle down, and like you have to like
Right.
shimmy a bit, and it looks like it opens up after maybe 7 or 8 feet. So you toss the rock down after you're like, I'd say if you want to be able to confidently get it in there to the point where it like goes past where it opens up, you'd probably have to be in like nearly to like your knees.
Okay, I'll do that. As long as I'll have my mind light on so that I make sure that the venomous things aren't near me. But yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, and we'll like grab him by the shoulders just to make sure they don't get yeeked.
Great.
And as you toss the rock down, it begins to hit chunk, chunk, chunk. And finally, the little bits of rope finally pull, and it is almost like fishing as the rope begins to pull harder and harder, and the rock seems to have found its way past the mouth of the cave, hopefully giving Frey vision.
It's going very deep.
It goes for
Alright.
about another 20 feet.
Fun.
Yeah, so Frey is going to sit down, his back to the tree, focus a moment as he closes his eyes, and he's gonna cast his senses through that rock.
Do we still have the periscope mirror? Is
I
that one
don't
of the
think
ones
so.
we lost?
I'm pretty sure your guy had like all that.
Yeah.
All right. And Frey, as you focus, sitting against that tree, you begin to look through the arcane eyes of that rock. And in doing so, here in the afternoon sun, with just a few scattered clouds above head, with hope that you've at least found something resembling a lead, that perhaps your intuition, your abilities, and your divination has finally brought you something. With the need to press on greater than ever, the need to get this done and get out. Your eyes start to open on the darkness of a cave. And it is here that we will be ending tonight's session.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh.
I do realize in retrospect that there's probably no light source down there.
There is not going to be any light source down there. I'm really excited. Next session gets to start with me describing darkness. Oh.
Just throw a torch down there.
Yeah, we'll send it.
Throw a torch down the dry roots.
Great.
Well, if it's a living tree, the root shouldn't be totally dry.
Well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see next week.
All right.
Yep.
So I will give you I'll give you a fun one here, Ronnie.
Mm-hmm.
One of your 2 did succeed.
Oh my god.
I mean, it has to be
Okay,
this one because this one wasn't.
It's got to be this one.
I
Because
will
it
give
wasn't a cardinal
you
direction.
I will give you another fun one, Ronnie.
Okay.
The one that succeeded, the roll I did beforehand was the same direction that a success would have been. So whether or not you succeeded did not matter. It was going to pull you in the same direction.
Oh my god.
And the one that you rolled beforehand was the first
Destiny.
one.
I rolled
So
both of them.
it's-
I always roll them beforehand. So yeah.
That's so funny.
Wow.
I mean, I guess you could like I don't know if that's an argument that it's actually a useless ability, or if it's an argument that like it's great because sometimes you can follow a lead that isn't a lead and it can still be a lead. Like
We can just do that. We can just walk in a direction and we
Yeah,
might
exactly.
find something.
I mean, you can confirm that it's this one, right? Because the other one was due north, and this one was at least not exactly a cardinal direction.
I'm not gonna listen. I mean, it picks like, so the idea is I roll a d12 and essentially clock face, right?
Oh, okay, I see.
And if Frey succeeds, gets the closest clock face.
Okay, interesting.
So,
Okay.
you know, a due north is possible. Yeah, clock face, d12.
Okay, fair enough.
So, due north is just as possible as east or west southwest.
Okay.
But it can't be north twice in a row, Robert.
It is
mean, actually-
very
Maybe-
funny from last session, though, how 3 of them pointed in the same place and they were all wrong.
It's honestly, it's been honestly, it is very useful in this situation though, because otherwise we would definitely have all killed ourselves trying to get past that Chirivore. Like the fact that we got any other lead is very important. actually, in
I
this
was
situation.
afraid you guys wouldn't even go to the fort this session.
What did you think would
I
happen
Got the
instead?
cool iron gear you left.
Yeah, you guys got, you know, I mean, if you would have snuck around, been a little bit quieter. Or went, you know,
Proud.
Is there more stuff in the fort?
it's a fort. What do you think?
Yeah, of course there's gonna be
How
more
much
stuff.
how much are you willing to gamble on a fucking nocturnal Chirivore
Not.
that is the size of a fucking double-decker bus or more? It's actually, no, it's more like the size of like a house.
Yeah.
Damn.
And
I don't
it's
think poison's gonna do a lot. But hear me out, guys. We find out whatever Carnivore really likes. Leave it out on like a comically big plate near the entrance to the castle, and Larry poisons it, and I can make an execution attack against it.
I thought you were gonna say we leave it on a plate near the front of the door, and then we put a big cardboard box over it with the little stick propping it up.
Larry is what the Chirivore likes to eat. So if Larry just wants to hold one of his poisons and just chomp, and then just now it's poisoned.
see that's the difference. Like a Grylux is venomous, Larry is poisonous, and
No, he's
William is
toxic.
toxic. Oh. Any other questions? This was very much a sad roleplay talk session, which I wasn't expecting.
I like that.
And you guys still haven't met my funny friend on the boat, and you
Fuck
abandoned the funny friend in the cellar.
Fuck that guy.
I,
you tell us
I,
anything
Seemed like a
about the
horrible
fellow
idea
friend?
to interact with.
Yeah, both of those seem bad to interact with.
Listen,
I don't know.
I want to be boat guy. We can bond over being boatsmen together.
Ronnie, what were you saying?
I'm just waiting to discover that we left some poor innocent who's probably like tied up and gagged down there or something.
Alternatively,
That's what I was thinking
Welcome.
the entire time.
Sure was weird that the bronze bar was like a lot newer than everything else there.
it seemed very intentional, Robert. What do you mean sure seemed weird? We
I
had,
mean,
like, a whole
it sticks
conversation
out.
about
It
that
sticks
to make-
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what was your guys' end result? Let's go.
Yeah, it seems
Really?
like, something's definitely being kept in there. It sounds scary. Let's not
Yeah.
risk our lives.
Truly, okay. I'll tell you what
We're
my
not
theory was,
superheroes.
which is like almost for sure not true. But my theory was that someone had gotten the book or something, had brought someone they love back to life, and they'd like come back wrong or something, and then
Monkey pod.
Yeah, and then realizing that they had like fucked this person over, but not being able to kill them, like because they love them, they had like locked them down there, and they were trying to keep them alive, and maybe trying to find some other way to, I don't know, whatever, you know. So that's like immediately where my brain went, which is many leaps, but you know,
Has
Y'all wanna
quite
hear
a few
something funny?
leaps.
Before the idea of me joining the game came up, Robert told me exactly what this fucking book does.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that William out of character knows, because it's something I told him about back in like December of last year or something.
Long time ago.
Like, it was like, I was like, yeah, I wrote this whole side thing. It might come up, it might not, I don't know. And then it was like perfect for the fucking Larry introduction, and I completely forgot I told him about it.
I mean, is it like, oh, it's actually useless, or damn?
No spoilers.
Yeah, no,
No
William's not giving out any spoilers. I trust him.
No
not to.
bummers, guys.
Not even whether or not like, hey, this will actually like. No, that would still be a. Never mind.
Yeah, no,
No
saying anything
spoilers.
about it is a spoiler.
Oh, what I meant to come back to this when we set up camp for the first time. Garrett was gonna ask like how much of a limb needs to be left for Samar to be able to like not like regrow, but like if your arm is cut off and is just dangling by some meat, can Samar heal that, or is that like sorry, no, you still lost an arm?
I would say if
know.
it's just dangling by some meat, that ain't getting healed without extensive.
So as long as the bone is still connected, Samar can at this point.
I would say
heal
the
it.
bone and muscle need to still be
Bone
good.
muscle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Samar can heal
Bone's
the
very
superficial
important.
skin stuff and the good meat, good juicy meat, but the gristle and bone, no, Samar can't handle that. Just the edible parts.
What about like colon cancer?
No, I don't
don't
think
know.
Samar can heal that.
That's actually a good question. I think there's a separate art that's like you cure diseases. That is different from curing like combat wounds and
Wounds.
stuff. I think so.
So there's a bit that came to mind during conversation with Garrett, and Lawrence vaguely mentioned it, but Soldiers of Blue, ran by Ray Clarion, wearing the color blue predominantly is a sin in their religion.
I'm so happy someone finally put two and two together there.
It's in the setting primer under the Ray Clarion
Anders, I can't believe you didn't.
Radian or whatever. What is it?
Radiatum.
Radiatum.
I never really looked for that. Yeah, that would make sense.
It's really weird, isn't it, guys?
The color blue is considered unholy and a sin to bear in any meaningful way. This is not just for its opposition to fire's red, but because of the great bearer of chaos itself, the pronunciation of death, Arietta. She is mostly depicted as a woman of average stature wearing a flowing dark blue dress with her face obscured by her hair. It is said that once you see the woman with the blue dress on, only prayers to the flame can save you.
But I mean, like the Soldiers of the Blue's stated purpose is to like fight the Rayclarians. Like we have some
No, their
sense that that's
their stated purpose wasn't to fight Rayclaw. Their stated purpose was to kill all the like the Umbrai in around Fortuny Soul and like make it safe again.
But they like the first thing they did was take down the Rayclarian insurgency. I mean, like we know that's not necessarily like on the up
They
and up.
didn't.
I think
Those
but-
weren't Red Clarion insurgents.
Yeah, no, they
Weren't
were
they?
just
Am I
No, they were just
confusing?
brigands.
Bandit?
Yeah, they were just like
Yeah, they were-
organized bandits.
yeah.
Okay, that maybe makes sense. I don't remember anymore.
But that's how we know
their
it's
their
the
stated goal is to
Rayclarians.
make Vrayland great again.
That's how
Combat intrigue is or like military dynamics is not where.
But that's
where
how we
my
know it's
brain
Rayclaw,
works,
because the
but-
Rayclarians are gonna hide behind.
Hide behind what?
Yeah, you were
So
cutting
Rayclarians
off.
wouldn't normally wear blue, right?
Sure.
That's how we know they're Rayclarians, because they're doing the opposite of what we think they would do.
Sure.
I wasn't expect. You think guys think like Garrett's becoming a conspiracy theorist, or is that Dave? Is that just how Dave is?
That's what they want you to think. maybe they see themselves as evil because that's how like they see power or whatever, and so they're like embracing that.
No, Rayclarians like power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people
Yeah.
who are, trying to conquest the country, the continent.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like that's what I'm. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but I need like a recap of the political dynamics and stuff. And
I
the
mean,
players.
that's
Like,
probably worth going back over things
yeah.
for the sake of it, just because that is going to be coming up again at this point.
Of course, yeah.
Like,
was
just because just because Rowan's gone doesn't mean
yeah.
the soldiers of the blue are gone.
No.
Yeah. Fucking Toussaint.
Yeah, I definitely
It's what's it called? It's one of the things where Clarions are all about like control, right, and order and whatnot, and bringing the whole continent over one order, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fascists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not like crypto fascists. They're religious fascists. They're classic fascists.
Yeah.
Not that new age cringe shit. They're the old school cool fascists. Like circa like 1200 or something. I don't know.
Those are the words I'd use, but sure.
You're right, not circa 1200. That doesn't make sense.
Fuck it.
I hear circus.
Circus 1200, yeah. Anyway, this has been fun, guys. Next week, I get to describe Frey staring at a TV that's turned off.
he can, but he can still hear.
Yeah, he can hear like plop, 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 plop. I get to describe the plapping of weird freaking build feet slapping on cave floor.
Oh my god.
Plop, 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 plop. Oh,
I
Play
see
some
her
running
practicing.
ducks.
God. Well, it was fun.
All right. Yeah.
It
I'm
was.
excited. I hope to God you guys do the right thing and find the fucking thing next session because you've been wandering around this lake for a while.
Oh, one last callback. Don't forget to take your trash out.
Oh, how about
hey,
that?
and can you Pixelate do the little thingy for my thing?
Pixelate.
What?
The song.
Normally move to a fairy type move.
You said your thing recognizes things.
Oh, I
even
think you
if
said
it's not the actual thing.
Pixelate.
That's what you said, right? Pixel.
did.
My
8?
Pixel 8 Pro, my phone.
Pixel 8.
My
The
phone.
number.
God.
We'll know if it gets it correct.
God.
789.
Hasty generalization.
X of Y.
Fucking, I can't remember them now. Listen, the caffeine crash is coming. I'm fucking out.